My screen, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can see here on the monthly, right, relatively unchanged. We are still kind of coming back off of the high, still in a little bit of a pullback from the high on the monthly. No cessation of one time framing or anything like that. But we're still holding this uptrend on the monthly. Remember, we had that rather large monthly balance, and then that equilibrium low. There's another level that I like, this 4306 quarter. And reason being, right, if we zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see here this 4306 quarter kind of lines up over here where we finally started to have a support, right? Because the market basically from the COVID low here just went straight up. We did have a pullback on a monthly. That was in September 2021, right? That was when all the Fed and everyone was selling all their stuff, right? Secretly, not telling anybody. It acted as support. We got up a little bit higher, right? And this is where I bet if we looked at the COT report where retail traders got long, they came up, flattened out, and we got that sell off. So, with that being said, that level seems like an area where you could see buyers again. If we continue to pull back towards that level before we get down to this lower balance and kind of down to the previous month's high, which is what was that? 42.38 half. So something to watch out for. On the weekly here, we actually do get some change, and you can see, right, we had talked about balance, how last week's was an inside week. Well, this week we have broke the low of the previous week, so balance is kind of confirmed, and balance is on a bigger scale, like we talked about. So weekly balance down here where this gap is at, weekly balance high up here. So these will be key levels that we'll have to continue watching. Um, as far as right now goes, we definitely want to know, um, or at least track the market at this 43.81 half level. That should be a level that we probably write down, right? Just because it's the previous week's low. Um, so, I mean, if you have it on your chart somewhere, that's easy. If you have your weekly chart up, you can pretty much see it fairly easily. But if you don't, or you don't have the space, or you just don't normally check the weekly chart, you want to at least be checking it, because if we get accepted back above that level, then there's good odds that we trade to this point of control from this weekly balance. I can go ahead and pull that up right now. Disconnect, detach. So here's the weekly chart here, and you can see if you're new, the colored levels are just the balance, right? Or the distributions. Excuse me. But what we can kind of gather from this chart here
Gray
is
are singles, right?
what's that?
The gray are singles, right?
No.
The
So this
gray.
is the week. This is a weekly chart, and on the weekly chart, I'm using just um, like white, blue, and red, or red, white, and blue, just to kind of separate the distributions. And then I have this overlaid on the DOM. Um, I'll show you when we get back to the DOM. That way you can see like when we're getting close to the edge of a distribution, right? Because we know there's a lot of times reactivity towards the edges of these distributions. So we want to look for the order flow that comes in towards the edges of those distributions. These are the larger distributions, like from the weekly basis. Um, but as we can see here, right, this is T2 week. This is last week, right? We put in that poor high, failed out of this distribution, failed out of the larger center distribution, and now have moved lower, getting accepted below this 43.90, right? as we've talked about, is more bearish than anything. Morning, Roach. That's where the market really needs to get above. If the market starts to come down and get accepted below this 50, it's like 55, then it starts to get even more bearish and start to target the low of that balance. And, that would give us kind of a break of the balance. But we're really just contained inside this week right now. So that's basically where we want to be paying attention to. On a bigger scale, the market's going to be stronger if it's above the 43.90. Below, it's going to be weak. Right, there may be some buyers down here where we talked about that 43.55. Some larger buyers try to fill in this weaker spot here, and we might even have to extend this from 7 days. Yeah, well, I have to make this 30 now just to give us the look of the other distributions down here. You can see that's where that larger distribution. So if we get accepted under this 55, that kind of puts us into this larger distribution, makes that 30 almost certainty. But this is on a larger scale, right? This is on a weekly basis, so we don't want to be getting kind of crazy. And then also you can see the previous week's low, pretty close to that 90. That's why I'm saying if we get above that 43.90, it starts to look a little bit stronger. And there's decent odds. You see point of control there, point of control there. So like a magnet or like a gravitational pull, like a tractor beam, like you're the Millennium Falcon just getting sucked into the Death Star right there. So just something that you want to be paying attention to is that previous week's low. And then also another thing to note on the weekly chart, right, is that we do have a cessation of one time frame and kind of confirming balance, right? So it's not always that we just go one time framing up, one time framing down. As you can see, market one time framed, we got a cessation of one time framing, market basically traded sideways here. It's not always kind of like that, but it can be. So we really have to be just aware for everything. Switching over to the daily, you can see we are one time framing down for the 6 days in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. It really hasn't happened very many times. I looked back at the charts. There's a couple of times, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it gets broken. Then we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. There's one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 here. This is like the only other time that it's happened. And it bounced. Not that it's gonna bounce today. We got 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Oh, so it happened to 8 right here. That's basically off the high. I don't know why it's saying that high is 48.92. There we go, 48.08. But yeah, so it's definitely something that we want to be paying attention to, right? We can kind of assume that the market's getting a little bit overdone to the downside, right? Very steep trend here. But you have to assume, right, we've got longs here, we've got longs here, there's excess here. So the goal for these sellers here is to test into this excess, and if they're able to test into that excess, maybe that's where they start to cover their position, or maybe that's where buyers decide to buy again. But the pressure is kind of on both, right? For the pressure's on the sellers to get the continuation to move down into that excess, and the pressure's on the buyers to continue kind of holding the line and not capitulating and liquidating. That would cause a farther downside. Switching over to the profiles here, a little bit of a review from yesterday, right? We opened up, traded a little bit higher off of a liquidation or off of a short covering rally, ran into a liquidation in a low volume area, right? An area that we kind of expected. We had talked about before the market opened that we didn't expect the market to get too much above that 4,400. The high yesterday, 4,403, traded lower for the better part of the day. A couple mechanical references left behind towards the end of the day, and we finished on a spike to the downside. And that settle was actually on that spike. So going into today, we will have spike rules. We're going to be opening up inside yesterday's range, which is going to mean that most likely the market will be a little bit more choppy starting out. A little bit more back and forth as there's some inventory rebalancing. We can kind of assume that we do have some people off sides, even though overnight inventory is 100% net long. I'm kind of looking at this here and thinking, you know what, we must have some people off sides. And if we really wanted to, so we have a bunch of time, we got a nice early start today. We can kind of look at the order flow that's down in that spike. It's going to be kind of crazy, I'm sure, but let's see here. What was this one? The way to see the volume in there. There we go. Play volume in bars. So if we just look this, right, we can see here how much heavier it was down here at that spike. We've got 6,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. A little bit of buying imbalance here. Maybe they ran into some buyers at the end of the day, which is why they got that bounce. But we've got to assume that these guys down here are probably still stuck short, as they were still pretty aggressive into the close. And so basically what we're kind of assuming is first touch of this level is probably going to be acting as support. Kind of what I'm assuming. Get rid of it. So as far as the plan goes today, right? And if we do get that active support, let's say we get a correction to overnight inventory, get down to this area where we assume that we have some trapped shorts, and the market does catch a bounce, we would like to see that acceptance over that really 81 half. That's the previous month's or previous week's low, right? Acceptance above that kind of gives us acceptance back into this larger distribution and puts the odds, better that we come back up and kind of try to fix those Brad prints that were left behind yesterday, right? Those are sitting up at 93.75, the high of that. But most likely it's going to be pretty choppy, right? Especially because we're one time framing down. You there's going to be a lot of people playing that as well. So there's going to be, I imagine, a lot of sellers just kind of sitting on these high volume ledges, selling against the previous day's high. So even if buyers do get something going today, I do think that they are going to find some resistance, and I know it's kind of a big area, but you really just have to kind of watch the order flow. We know we do have some probable trapped longs. So there's going to be, that's probably why I think the choppiness, right? Trapped shorts, trapped longs, unfair low, unfair high. A little rebalancing overall early, and I think some sellers probably lurking above, probably hoping to get sold into to try to get below that settle. Um, should we get below that settle, right, and break below the spike, then we'll be looking for that pullback to try to nail it, have that spike act as support, and trade that thing back down to these Brad prints down here, which are down at 59. But then that 55 level that we talked about is right here. And that's where I think the target would be should we get this continuation, this break of balance continues. We take a peek at the gamma levels real quick. The Yeah, so we're still sitting in a negative gamma state, it looks like, which just means that typically, if the market continues to go lower, the selling will be greater, basically. Like the market makers will have to hedge the downside a little bit more than they would normally, just because they're a little bit off sides. They got to sell futures to hedge against their positions. Strike here, and then let's see, call gamma, put gamma. So a little pivot chart. You guys like it up and down or side to side? Do you think it looks better?
Side to side looks better, in my opinion.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I like side to side. I agree. I don't know about looks better, but then you don't get it confused.
There we go. So we can see here, you can see that put gamma kind of runs out here around the 4015. So it looks like there is some gamma developing above the 4400. Remember yesterday we looked at it, and there was none above the 4400, which is kind of why we were expecting nothing above that. And basically what that means, when there's no negative gamma above, or put gamma above a certain level, or basically kind of where it dies out on an intraday basis, it basically means, like, I mean, not to say like these are going to be the max levels that we're going to trade. Like today, the max high is going to be 44.14, the max low 43.45, right? Still a pretty big range to trade against anyways, but someone was mowing my backyard. It's like, the fuck?
Oh, that was my.
No, someone's mowing the neighbor's yard, but the neighbor doesn't have any grass, so I don't know what they're doing. I mean, it definitely sounds like a driving lawnmower. But what this does say, or what this does kind of help us with, is it lets us know that above this level, dealers or market makers don't need to hedge, right? So they're not going to be buying the futures above this level, right? And they don't really need to sell the futures above this level. There's some other bigger levels, larger time frames. But what it does mean is if we do get above this level or break below this level today, right? And this is, remember, this gamma is only for today's options on the futures market. What that's telling us is that we're probably seeing the entrance of a longer time frame trader, and so you typically don't want to fight against that. But a lot of times, what it means is, like, a lot of times what I look for is that put gamma where's the high at, and then okay, if I get a, let's say we get a long from here 78, right, where the market's at right now, and we trail it all the way up to 415 for a fucking homer. We just know, like, the home, it's out of the park already. We've ran the bases, right? Just take the profit. Like, don't be like, no, this thing's going to fucking 10,000. Be a hero. Same thing. If you get long 4405 and we get up to 4410, you know, don't be looking for this huge move above that on this basis. We take a peek at total gamma now, and you can kind of see where that kind of point runs out, basically that 4380. So 4380, 4375, which is basically kind of the levels that we're trading at right now, should act as support, right? That's kind of what this is showing us. A lot of put gamma, so we can kind of assume that dealers are selling these puts. So when you're short a put, you're expecting the market to go up, right? Because when you buy a put on something, you're expecting the market to go down. So they're short puts here, and they're expecting the market to hold this level as support. If this level holds as support, right, great. But if it doesn't, because we're in a negative gamma state, we can kind of expect them to sell the futures in order to hedge against this level, right? And so this level being the 75 and the 70, that's the 70s right here. It's like the second biggest level, 75 being the biggest level, which is basically the low of yesterday, right? It was like 70, whatever it was, 75 or something. We can expect them to sell down, and so we have a target below us, right, that 55, which still in lines with our gamma for today of 45, which so could even trade a little bit lower, but gives us a nice little 20-point opportunity setup if we start to hold below that 75, right? That's something also that I like to look at the gamma levels for. Just gives us a little bit of a heads up. It's not anything predictive, and you can't, it's not going to make you into a master trader or anything like that, but just some. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The game plan, like I said, it is if we got to expect some chop in here, right? That's just going to be expected. So it's going to be any trades that you take inside here probably going to be order flow directive. So they're not going to be really longer term trades. Your longer term trades are going to come from a little bit lower or a little bit higher. Morning, Thomas. What we might see if we don't get a correction overnight inventory, I'm gonna kind of assume that we definitely have some stuck shorts still, maybe even below that 75 where they're building put wall. And if we're able to climb up above this 81.5 to 84, I like that level to try to get long and trade, up into these 88s and then even to this 93 level. So that's gonna probably, since we're opening right here, play number one, if we get up here above this 81, then there's opportunity to trade up to the 93. Play number two is I'd like to see a break of the low and then pull back. So that's a two if. But really off of the open, I'm going to be more or less just kind of staying patient and looking maybe to fade these two levels at the same time. So let's make this, we got 5 minutes. Let's make it a little bit cleaner. So let's go, we'll draw, I'd like to be, a buyer. You'd like to be maybe like a buyer in this region. Opportunity in here as well, if we can't get back over the point of control. look to get long and try to trade up to some of these targets where we expect some selling at, right? If there's sellers there, that means there's supply there, so maybe the market tries to go get them. If we hold here, can't break the low, take a nice long back into the point of control, back up into yesterday's point of control, gets below, pull back, look to trade down to that 55. Yeah, other than that, we've got about like 2.5 minutes. So now's the time to finalize your plan. Do what you need to do. Ready to manage some risk. Stick to your trade plan. Infinity. My man Brad, what's up? Expect the market to go down to fill the gap. I expect the market to go up and fail to go up. Morning, Tobias. Morning, Paul. Watching to accept above 89. Yeah, that 90, yeah, 89.90 was a key level. That's true. About 30 seconds. Yeah, it's probably going to be a bit choppy here to start. We get new home sales, Richmond Manufacturing Index, and consumer confidence at 10 o'clock as well. So top of the hour B period will get maybe a little bit of volatility with consumer confidence. There's our open.
I got a C count right out the gate. Oh, that's with NVIDIA, sorry. No counts so far in AMD.
I took a little long there from 79.75. If we test this 84, just because of how bullish it was order flow wise coming in so strong there. It's already faded. You can see the tick opened up fairly strong, but is currently pulling back here. Breadth is open up pretty decent. Ratios open up pretty decent. Sectors are pretty neutral here. Consumer discretionary getting a little bid to start the session. Nvidia caught a little bit of a bounce. Microsoft coming down. Pretty mixed across the board. Actually, for the most part, pretty green across the board except Microsoft and AMD. AMD is down about 0.31, Microsoft down 0.16, so Yeah, I like it if it gets above this 81 and starts to hold,
Okay,
then
first
I
spot's
think
inputs.
there's some opportunity to get going up more.
I'm
Morning,
not
Kevin.
sure how long I'm gonna let this play out.
Is it an AMD and NVIDIA bot?
Well, the AMD basically tells the NVIDIA bot what to do
Okay.
because the NVIDIA bot's too erratic. It does the
Yeah.
NVIDIA bot does bad things. So I may close this out early if it gets too far off track. Right now they're both up.
NVIDIA's rolling over there.
Yep, so is AMD. AMD's pushing lower.
Below the open. So something that we kind of expect, right? We don't really expect a very directional market to start the session. We expect it to be pretty choppy. And what we're really looking for, and this is what we were talking about, right? You can't be too attached to any of these early trades because you're basically diddling in the middle, right? Oh, god damn it, changed. You're basically diddling in the middle, right? We know that it could really go either way, but we know areas where we expect to find some buyers and where we expect to find some sellers, right? So until we test those areas, it's not really going to give us the true conviction, as really the market is kind of just rebalancing right now. Right? We're in a 5.25 point range, and the market's just kind of like, I don't know what I want to do, right? And it's also giving us other signs of that when it crosses the open, right? Typically, a market that is strong won't trade back below its open.
Second bot's in a put. But everything's in puts all the way around. Those are decent. Those are actually pretty good. So we'll see how this plays out.
Market catches a nice bid right on, surprise, surprise, the 81. It's looking pretty strong here. So that Globex high is like 88, and that high volume ledge where we expect those first batch of sellers would be 88. Everything's kind of on a bid right here. Heck, at least is.
Nasdaq's pushing higher. Nvidia made a new high. AMD's popping.
The Dow looks pretty strong as well. Nasdaq coming into some of
Nasdaq's
its
pushing
single prints
higher.
from yesterday. What are you looking for? So from where? Oh, like 4405. Yeah, I mean that's definitely possible. You just have to be patient. Wait for it to set up.
Nasdaq's pulling back off its high. It doesn't look weak yet.
No, tech's up 0.28 already as well. Apple looks really strong. Microsoft got a little bit of a pullback, same with Nvidia.
Nasdaq's struggling.
Yeah, Nasdaq got a little bit. 0.32 up now, though. Apple's just so strong. Nasdaq's in its single prints from yesterday as well, too, so we kind of expect some of that selling to be covering from old positions. Typically, when we get like a little pause like that, and then we get a continuation to the high without the point of control shifting up, that's kind of telling me that there wasn't any real sellers there. Not to say that we're just going to keep going higher, but it's just kind of telling me that sellers weren't really ready to offer that 85. So, like I said, I think they're looking up more like 89 to try to act as that resistance. Oh. 89. All right, I'm completely flat. Close the last one at 88.50. We could keep going though. I just only had 3 lots on, so.
What am I looking for? Bot is looking for modest percentages. So, well, for one of them is modest percentages. Very modest percentages. So one of the bots may dump pretty quick. Or
We're in a
two of the bots.
downtrend.
One.
What is that? What minute frame is that, Paul?
Because I wanted about to sleep and watch her, and I had to put her under blankets and too. And she kept moving every time I let go under her. No, not that.
Yeah, it definitely could.
Nvidia is starting to show weakness. AMD's
Apple as
pushing a new
well.
lower. Nasdaq is coming back down almost to its VWAP.
It's actually about to break its
I mean,
open, it looks like, too.
Yeah, it's pretty close to its open. Oh,
If Nasdaq starts to hang out below this like 14,900 level, it's gonna get really weak. And so here's kind of the opposite of that opportunity, right? We made a new high, come back into this value. Now let's see if the POC shifts. If the POC shifts, to me, that would tell me that sellers are moving lower. Not that we want to sell that POC, but it just tells us that there's more interest in this area here this second time around. Could be buyers as well, but typically a lot of times when the POC shifts up on a short range, we at least get a test of this kind of weak spot.
Nvidia got a bounce. Push through VWAP. Nasdaq is bouncing. AMD bouncing.
No POC shift. The breath has come down a little bit, but the tick has still remained positive the entire session. So I wonder if I can add this to my chart.
AMD's below its open. Nvidia down off its high, but not quite back to its open. In fact, it's got a ways to go. Definitely showing weakness.
There's a chance to try this against the high here. You're looking for it to trade back down to like 83. So just a short trade, but maybe 84. Seller's trying to move lower here, but just kind of struggling, it seems. But as long as they don't get it above 88, they'll probably get smoked. Yeah, some sellers just got stuck right there. They reoffer though. They got stuck again. Reoffer. Doing a little rinse and repeat dance here. Sellers are. So there's that 84. I was thinking 83.50, but it just flattened out the short right here. Kind of got what we were.
Yeah, you got a real ledge there.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too fucking vicious here. It's a little scalp off the
Take
high,
a break.
anyways.
So
I took one off
take a
at
break
84
that ledge
quarter.
pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. And I've got my stop at 85 quarter, so you got a point automatic right here. So that works.
Yeah, I was thinking the shorts don't really want it back above 86 quarter. I don't think.
Yeah, that's me. That's where I got in at 86 quarter.
Oh yeah. That it
Yeah.
probably gets above that. I would think you get a little puke. Not that it can't go back down, but just a little ping.
They can
AMD's
hold.
pulling
There we
back.
go.
Selling it. Yeah.
Nice.
Nvidia is not as strong.
Stopped helped us right there. That was good.
Nasdaq's kind of flat.
There we go.
AMD's pulling back again.
Covered the rest there, 80.75. Wow.
Nice.
It's got exactly
Yeah,
what
that
we
was
were
a nice
looking
little
for,
dump
so
you.
yeah. Covered one like really early right there, but like we just didn't get the move right away. So there's nothing wrong with just covering some risk early, moving your stop to nice, nice respectable area, and then just kind of letting the trade work if it works.
Yeah, because that could have went against you real quick.
Right, exactly. You took a short from 88? Nice. Oh, is that what you meant by the picture? I couldn't really tell what you're. All those longs. Yeah, and there's a mechanical level right there too, Liquor. Um, right here, where this F kind of came up. We got that cessation of one time framing. And I think you're right. I think a lot of buyers did get kind of stuck right there. Yeah, I mean, I want to see this thing really, especially now that we've got above yesterday's point of control, and that's where the point of control is at today. In order to get long, it's going to have to get above that level. I mean, look at this thing go. What happened yesterday?
NASDAQ is going up on its open. It just bounced off its VWAP again. NVIDIA is coming down. AMD is looking weak, but I wouldn't say it's coming down yet.
Yeah, and Apple still looks strong though. Microsoft doesn't look bad either.
Yeah, I think to get any kind of longer term long, we got to get above that 89, which is pretty obvious now. But and then you got a little resistance right after it though. You know that fair value gap or that 92, 93 area.
Yeah, so we got a little bit lower, but we covered at a good spot. So now we just go back to kind of chilling. We see the point of control shift down. If they can't start to jam this thing below the open, we know these sellers are weak. Odds that we test this upper distribution here. And where do we like it from? Like it from
So you're looking at can't break the low, get back above the 81, and then you run back up.
Yep.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is really struggling.
I think we probably test back up here, this 83.75 area.
Hear me?
Hey, what's up, Tommy?
Hey,
What's up, Tommy?
all good, mate. How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, good. I'm good.
NVIDIA is bouncing. NASDAQ is starting to come up again.
Nice.
That 83 was a key level too a few days ago. That was that couple, I don't know, triple bottom for a couple times it was there.
Yeah, you're right.
They finally broke it.
We should hit 83.75 right here. That's why I'll take one off. Then that 84.5, the 8 area, probably sell it. Five. Free money. I just pass it out. I love. I caught it down from I was in from 85.75, closed my last one at 81.50. Oh, what the fuck just happened? Pick me up. Oh, that was weird. And then I got long again at 81. Going off at
Right, you said we
83.75.
should. You just said we should test 83.75. Is that
Mm-hmm.
because you're looking to fill in that little thin spot, or do you have other something else?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so like we
no,
came
no.
down, we
Nice,
held the 81.
nice trick.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if there was something else there though, but yeah, you're looking to fill in that weak structure there.
Yeah, just because it's like everyone that got short up here was a winner. And so there was the race to get short here, and it traded all the way down. So naturally, like human psychology, they want to reshort that level. So they're not going to sell down here. They're going to let it come back up, and that's where they'll try to reoffer. So we should trade back. That's kind of my thought process behind that, especially because the market's kind of bullish today. You know what I mean? Even though we're not going anywhere, but like the overall market is actually kind of bullish. We're above the open.
I was thinking if they can't I'm flat, but if they can't reoffer that zone you just mentioned, now you probably got some short stuck.
Exactly. Yep. Like Apple looks real strong. Apple's up. Where's Apple at? Apple's up over 0.5%. Pretty much everything's green except Netflix and AMD. All the all the stocks that we watch, all the big stocks, like the big tech stocks. You see that reoffer come in 84.75 right there. Big. I didn't short it though. Just closed the long. You got some longs stuck up there.
Yeah, right around 85 it looks like.
Yep.
NAS or AMD's falling hard. NVIDIA's coming down, but I wouldn't say it's falling.
$84.75 got almost 1,000 longs on it.
You know that the royal knife weapon.
Yeah, you can talk, Paul. Yeah. Everyone can talk. Are you like server muted? So now we're getting back into that kind of diddle in the middle area, right? Like we like it above this 81. But if it starts to get below that, that'll put us below the open, and not really an area where I think you really want to buy. You'd be better off waiting a little bit. It doesn't say. Doesn't say you're muted on my screen.
Nvidia's coming down.
We have consumer confidence here at 10 top of the hour too, so it may be wise just to not be in a trade as B period will be here in
Nasdaq is popping back up. Nvidia's bouncing off the lower band of VWAP. AMD's at VWAP. Let's see what consumer confidence says.
Looks like we got some stuck shorts down there, that 81 again. There's consumer confidence.
Consumer confidence is up. It's higher.
These buyers need to get on the backside of that bigger offer that came in at 85 where they got stuck. Yeah, I think you're right, Doped. If anyone knows how to get it so my screen doesn't fucking do this, like look at your message. Shows ... It's so fucking annoying because I don't know who it is. If anyone knows how to, if there's like a setting on Discord and how to adjust that, let me know, because
Ooh, Nvidia just got smacked.
Nasdaq
Something happened.
dropping pretty decent there too. Nasdaq's still above that 14,910 though. Open 14,910 to 900 is a pretty strong spot for Nasdaq. They kind of got up to that same spot and didn't get find a buyer above it, and actually kind of ran into some selling. They're censoring words. That's what that is. Oh my god, that's the dumbest shit I have ever. I almost hate Discord for that. Doped. That's the dumbest fucking word to censor.
I can see his full name though. It's not censoring on my screen.
Oh.
You must have baby settings on, Brad.
I guess so.
I can see his name as well on that
Like-
message.
They're like, oh, we need to protect this guy. Get his feelings hurt.
It's too emotional.
What level is that, Paul? They got the open there.
See what that pops up there, Brad? Do you think that's just people covering that was down there at the beginning of the session?
Yeah, probably. But let's see if buyers step up right here. And they are. They're stepping up in this 82. That should take us back to the high.
Yeah, I got in as soon as they stuck them shorts below the
Yeah.
open.
And then they came back above 81. Boom.
That's 3 times now, right? They've tried down there.
No, I mean, like, what price level is that, Paul? That you're having these fibs at? Because fibs can be drawn from anywhere, you know what I mean? That's why it's tough to know, like, so it'd be better just to put the price level than the fib level. What'd you say, Tommy?
I said that's the 3rd try down taking that
Oh.
low.
Yeah. Yeah, the third time they've failed to get the price really to hold below 81. So now if buyers continue to step up, well, buyers need to be a buyer above 88, honestly, because it could still fail from like 85 to 88.
Yeah, there's like that lump of
43.50.
volume there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so you think it needs to go down to 43.50 before it can go up? Let's see. And that's more of a longer term view.
That's like kind of like the old balance high. Around that 43.50 area.
Yeah.
NVIDIA is still coming down. AMD is actually pushing higher. It looks like it had a little bit of bounce off the high. NASDAQ is kind of still flat.
You think it's going to be
weaker.
hard for them anyway, Brad, to keep pushing this down with it being the 6th day?
Yeah,
Surely it must get harder as they keep pushing it down. You know what I mean? There must be
Yeah.
certain people who must stop selling.
But I think it's
Or-
just as much pressure on longs too, because we haven't seen like a really big down day. So we haven't really seen, besides off of the high, more of a liquidation. So this could be, institutional enemy could be taking this opportunity to get long as well, this pullback, because the pullback from the high is, let's see, and we know these institutional players always measure everything in percentage.
it's like
So it's like
49.50.
2.5%. Well, from just this most recent high, 2.76% of a pullback. So they could be getting in some percentage on a 2.5% pullback. That's a pretty decent move, especially the VIX is only at 14. So
NVIDIA is pushing lower.
but also, like that's why I think there's pressure on them as well, because if they're not buying and they're just holding, well, then it doesn't make sense to keep holding onto a trade that's not continuing to go up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. They could be closing out too.
Right. So they could liquidate, and that's what could cause more downside. And that's the thing, is like that's what we're trying to focus on. It's actually a really good point. Is if we can figure out which one comes in, does the move down become a liquidation, or is it caused by a liquidation, or do they continue to sell this level here? And really, it's like this level here, and that's what causes the downside, well, then that would tell us that a seller is entering the market, right? Because we have
Nvidia
a
broke its
big
low.
level getting sold, and then also still this gap much higher. But if we don't go back up and test this level, and we just kind of liquidate down into that 50 area and then make a B shape, then we'll probably have some overnight trading to be done. Probably gonna take that bitch back up. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like today, we should get an idea of, is this down move selling or is it liquidation? And if we can kind of decipher that and kind of position ourselves for the rest of the week correctly.
One of the bots just sold. It was one of the modest exits. Looks like there's a little bit of bounce there. Still getting strong downward signals. So I'm not selling just yet.
And then you go back below the open again. That's why we didn't want to get too attached to that long, because shit like that. They're moving down this time. Fourth time's a charm. Fifth time's a charm. Damn, they just got stuck 78.
78.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they got stuck. They
embarrassing.
moved down from 81 to 80 quarter on the way down. So watch this 80 quarter.
Free offer there, 79, 75, 80. They get upticked. Now they got it. The offer got it.
Yeah.
We'll probably trade the low.
Yeah, because he moved down. So
good.
he got
Because
he
I almost
offered the
sold.
81, then the 80 quarter. And then he tried to offer the 78 something and got run over. But see what happens here.
He's just pathetic. Like the selling, it's almost like everyone's just wanting to sell this, like, and bigger money just is kind of realizing it, and they're just like, do what you gotta do, buddy. I'm gonna be here.
Back above 81 should give us another pop, though, I would think.
Yeah,
This selling.
I agree. Yeah, waiting for it right now. Even if they don't take the low, like fucking, I'm gonna smack it.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can't.
because they're trying.
Yeah, they're definitely out in force now. So if they can't take this low, yeah, they got it. Yeah, so and then we probably trade down 73, 72.
NASDAQ it peaked below its open. Oh, now it's coming up on its open.
Yeah, Nasdaq's at that
Nvidia's-
key level right here too. So Nasdaq's at that 1490, 14900, and if they start to get below, if Nasdaq starts to get below this, it could get ugly for.
Nvidia made a new low.
Look at healthcare or tech. I mean, healthcare's getting smoked, but tech almost back to the zero level. Had a big dip. Same thing with financials as well.
Came down pretty hard from where it was.
Remember what we talked about earlier. We're looking at this zone here, and you're looking at this zone here, as far as buying and selling goes.
What is that level? 77. Oh, wow.
This little buying and this little bounce here, Brad, you figure it's probably just profit taking, ain't it? Or do you the way it looks?
Yeah, I think
Profit
so.
taking from the shorts comes.
Shorts
Yeah,
covering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think
Nvidia's
that was
pushing
buying.
lower. NASDAQ's pushing lower.
You're holding your short from 88. Good for you. You're holding it down to 50. X about to go red. Oh, 70 you're looking. Oh, okay.
Still getting decent downward signals.
A re-offer there. 75, 70. That's slow.
NVIDIA has a little bit of a bounce.
Nice. I nailed that shit.
Yeah, me too.
Nice.
I got 75.50.
Oh, okay. Fucking show off. I got 76. Good shit, Tommy.
Trade. I got
I
nothing.
flattened everything.
That was nice. Everyone got real quiet, real focused. We all fucking got in there together. That was nice. That's what I love about this. We can go from all just chatting, and then just like, all right, we're in our zone. Time to fucking focus and get in. That's good shit. All right, I'll be right back. Go see. I think they're cutting a tree down or something. It's loud as fuck outside.
Nice. Perfect. Right, I'm going to go grab a tea. Celebrationary tea. No sugars though, Roach, mate. I'm sweet enough.
That's what I tell people. I like my coffee white and sweet like myself.
What is that line from Airplane? I like my
I don't
coffee
know.
like I like my men, strong and black.
Oh yeah, I don't, yeah.
That little girl. There's some little girl, she's like, I like my coffee like I like my men, strong and black. She's like 10.
I don't think I ever saw that whole movie.
It's freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I seen parts. I just never watched the whole thing.
What are you talking about?
It's Airplane.
Oh, airplane. Yeah, that is a good one.
He
Airplane's a
got-
classic. Roach, you need to get your shit together.
I was
I know.
telling him that that little girl, she says that I like my coffee like I like my men. She's like 10 years old. I like my coffee like I like my men, strong and black.
They got them stuck here on this 81. They're trying to hold it.
I may have gotten out a little early. Looks like Nvidia's kind of turning around. It's all right. I'll take it. Still a profitable day. We'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, and if you
Nvidia's-
figure you figure like Where's my book? I had all this mapped out. See if I can find my. Yeah. So you figure you're making right now on average about $200 a day with the bot, right? Which is
Give or take.
50 grand,
Probably.
50 grand a year. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? That's nothing to sneeze at. 50 grand a year,
No.
like extra cash, like that's that's a new Tesla every year.
Yep. It'll get better, and then the reality is that as we ramp up and we do more contracts, then that number goes up.
Exactly.
And that's where that number becomes more apparent.
I would like to
Here's the
point
high-
out that recently the reason that the bot's been winning has been due to your personal growth
Yes,
and
Oh, yeah.
understanding of the
for
market,
sure.
not its
For
own
freaking
indications.
sure. Yesterday was a perfect example that I sold at, what was it, like 100 and some bucks. But if I hadn't been, watching everything, not just those particular tickers, I may not have sold, and it would have ended up 4,800 down for the day.
Exactly.
So I'm very content to take control at times.
I got my last stop on 81.50. Oh, you said your stops are at 88? Yeah, and I'm looking for the high too, so maybe even up 94. Let's see. 93.50. But I'm willing to get out right here at 81 in case we don't continue. We've just got, yeah, because there's stuck sellers at 81, I think. 81, 81.50. Yeah, that means they probably get unlocked there too. So we probably are going to trade back to 80 quarter. I should move my stop lower. Yeah, I will. Move it to 70. Let it ride. Already had a decent day today, anyways. Something that I've noticed, like it's probably a psychological thing, but it seems like for me, typically when I move my stop to break even, instead of being like closer to price, the trade typically tends to work out. Instead of being tight on the trade and then I get stopped out on a back tick and then the trade works out. Like I'm less emotionally involved if it comes all the way back to my break even and takes me out, then that I want to get right back in than if it takes me out on back tick. I'm so ready for this fucking cut in my mouth to be healed, bro. Two to 7 days. Oh, that's like fuck. So some more shorts getting stuck here at 82.50, right? We knew they were stuck at 81. They didn't trade back down to 80, which is a sign of weakness from the sellers. They're trying to reoffer this 82.50 level and getting jammed up. So, vision. Lawrence here. Yeah, everything's green apart from healthcare. We did have a little bit of a change in the board, right? Now we've got Microsoft down 0.1, Netflix still down 0.2, Nvidia down 0.32, Google down 0.29, AMD still down, Apple's still up, Tesla's still up. So a little bit of a change in the board there. So a little bit of selling came in the tech sector. So even though we caught that bounce, tech did not bounce as strongly as the ES did. So it may just be lagging, or they may be getting some rotation into healthcare, because healthcare has caught a bid here.
Tech is coming back down.
Nasdaq basically trading right at its VWAP. Nice. That was kind of nice long on Nasdaq. Oh yes, that is a nice one. It's nice when the Nasdaq just, you get in, and as soon as you get in, it just fucking, it's going. Yeah, because it could go the other way too, and they're like, fuck.
Coming back at it though. Not all the way to what? 99.35, and then
Who's leaving?
Oh
struggling.
no, I just wanted to like. I have this.
What is that? Oh, some gum. Did you breakfast yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Nvidia definitely looking weaker than the rest of tech. It's kind of leading tech down, actually. Well, actually, I mean, I guess
Tech is kind of bounced. Tech sector is kind of bouncing though.
Yeah, the sector is, but
Nvidia might be.
they haven't made a new high yet. So like if tech doesn't get back above like 168.87, you can kind of assume that there's a little bit of a rollover. I'm just like, so I'm in a long trade, but I'm just kind of saying like this is an area where we expect selling this 85 to 88 level. So we don't want to be getting long into this area. That's just kind of that's just a higher risk, because you really don't know if you're wrong. It's back below the open. And then two, so you can manage a little bit of risk as well, because obviously if let's say you're in from 80, you've got 3 points on the table here. It's time to decide, make or break. Sellers get ran over right here. This thing could go all the way up to 92 though. Buyers buying the 84 quarter there. I almost like summer months more. I mean, you don't really get like these huge home run trades, but the order flow is like a lot easier to read. So like if you're newer to order flow, or the DOM is, and that's what I mean by I say order flow. Trademark, right? It's a trademarked word, I think. The summertime is kind of the perfect time to focus on it because it becomes a little bit easier to read with less distractions and lower volume. Um, levels tend to get respected a little bit more. That's kind of how the market used to trade all the time. Tight ranges, order flow was tight. Till COVID fucked everything up. What I do like now is that like everyone cares about trading, and so you have people on Twitter just shit posting constantly, um, and they give us like a pretty easy heads up as far as what we should be doing. Because if they're saying, "Oh, we're going to the all-time high," we know like, "Oh, you're probably going." Like, there's a couple people that I follow on Twitter literally just for that, just to see what they're saying or see what their opinions are, and just to know like, oh, okay, these guys are. Going on. Look for the opposite. That's how you get the market. That's how I get the market sentiment, not from the economist. Because you got to remember too, these reports that come out are from economists, and economists are not traders, right? Economists specifically don't trade because they're, well, one, they'd be just absolute shit at it most times, and two, because they want it easy. Imagine getting to say things about the market and make money no matter what you said was right or wrong. Right? That's a pretty fucking easy job, if you ask me. That's why it cracks me up when people get so stressed out when we're playing Call of Duty. I'm like, bro, this is just a game. And they're like, that's what's wrong with you. You think it's just a game. Like, well, my job is much more stressful than this, so I'm not getting paid for this.
What
Doesn't
are they
stress me out.
thinking it is if it's not just a game?
Oh, it's fucking, well, I mean, they're just like serious about it. We play the ranked, we
Oh,
play the ranked mode. But like, if we do shit, then who cares? Just some people, they just get so mad if they don't do well. And then me, Tommy, and James are just all like, well,
what
you know,
else?
yeah. Sellers need to hold this thing below 84.
You take a couple lots on that trade, Brad, or just small?
Yeah, I took 3 lots. Yeah.
You still holding?
Just 1 lot left. Yeah, my stop's at 79. That's gonna step it.
Tight range.
Yeah.
It's hard when it's like that, right? Because B's took the A low, but then couldn't take that A high, and now C's just inside the 2.
Yeah, you might even want to fade from here. Like, if they can hold this thing below 84, this thing probably comes back down spot 80 quarter. Stuff. That's all I was saying. Like, if you want to cover right here, if you're still in the long, this is not a bad spot to cover. Even if it keeps going up, you still lock in some pretty decent gain. I'm not covering, but
Don't expect any different. No, I just played back to POC.
They get down to that 80-50 and don't get a flush, I might even buy more. $79.50. A little bit of a liquidation there. Yeah, so you're getting a pretty decent offer coming in again, this 84. So you need to see bids above 84. That'll
Decent
probably
bid, though.
give you the juice. Yeah, it gets ran over though.
Yeah, I guess ran. Or not.
Like.
You thought you had me, but you didn't. Like a slip and fucking counter.
Yeah. Took one on the jaw, did like that fucking fake where you're like, like you got a liver shot. Then he turns around, gives you the fucking sauce. And then you get this bit above.
Straight off the T2.
Yep. Here's the sauce. Re-offer there, 85.5, gets ran over.
Definitely
Little
looking
tick.
more bullish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't take the Globex low. C sequencing off of B half back.
Two. There's a big offer on the 90, 400.
Did you get an ad in there? Did you manage one?
No, I didn't get an ad in.
Little battle every time we get up in that area up there. Set it down pretty hard.
Yeah, this 85 to 88 level has just been fucking a struggle fest. Couldn't take the high there. That's kind of a weak look. And now if they get back below 84, that's where they're all stuck at, or they were all stuck at. So you can expect a reoffer underneath that level. And that'll probably take us lower. I added one right there on the 85.50. Oh,
They're selling just not fucking moving it down.
yeah.
Just keeps getting eaten back up every time you see the big orders. They just get jumped through. Third time lucky.
On. Oh, back to the fucking 85.50 again. I'm just gonna start building a huge position right here. There we go. Come on, where's the buyers at? Let's at least go tap that 90. Make sure that. Ooh, gonna have some stuck buyers here. 87. Careful. Buyers need to take this thing up like right now. More stuck buyers at the 88 that time too.
Decent seller coming in there.
Yeah. 100.
Just feels like they're struggling to get it down.
Yeah, that's what it's felt like all day. Like they just couldn't. It's like the market got Viagra today, bro. Fucking having to call the doctor. You guys going? See you later.
Okay.
Love you too.
Do jujitsu.
I gotta wait till these stitches come out. But you guys are. Well,
You're not gonna stay on.
well, if I'm back by Thursday, I will. Yeah, if my stitches are good by Thursday, that's still 3 days away or 2 days away. BLT. Oh, if they have that potato soup, I'll take some potato soup, but a BLT. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that makes. Oh, that's easy. Good. Yeah.
See, like here,
Yeah.
Brad, it's just coming back up, but no massive numbers on the DOM, but the sell side was huge.
Yeah, it still feels like it though.
Inside. Oh yeah, much better.
Okay.
That is right.
I'm trying not to. Yeah. Alright. Are you guys coming back here before the diner? Oh, okay. No, I don't want to come. No, just groceries. I didn't know if you were gonna put an order in. Well, maybe while you're just sitting at the park, just put the order in on your phone. Just pick it up. Alright. Love you too. What'd you say, Tommy?
I said it's like it came a bit more higher orders came in on DOM then, but it's like they're putting huge orders on the sell side and it's just ticking back up, but not on big bids.
Right. Yeah, it's almost like
There was like 800 getting ticked up, and when it was ticking back up, it was just like 50s.
they're teasing the buyers. They're like, "Oh, look, a big seller," and buyers are like, "Oh, we got him," and so they're like buying, but they're gonna get tired, and he's gonna try to hammer him, or eventually he's gonna get tired and just give up. And if a bid above 88, like a strong bid above 88, there's a decent bid right there coming in 87.75, like about 300 lots. But if a strong bid comes in above 88, this guy will probably quit because it looks like he shorted like the 84, 83 area, Now again, this 87, 86 area. So someone, I think, is shorting this Globex high and this kind of high right here. Trying to protect that area. Yeah, so there's that big offer again, but we go uptick with a big bid. And then right back to it. Liquidation. But you wonder, like, if we come back into this 84, 83 area, is he going to cover? Or is he going to fucking hold? And if he holds, then we should see that weak spot down there. Just like, there's a weak spot all the way down 78 as well, but I'm looking for that first one, 80.50. It kind of seems like demand met, or supply met demand up there at 87. A lot of buyers tried to step up, but there was a seller there that was like, all right, you guys want these for this price? I'll give them to you. Kind of showing an unfair high. Because there wasn't enough buyers to overwhelm supply, meaning that we should rotate back to point of control. But see, down here at 84, you have a lot more demand. So it's crazy because range is so tight right now that there's really like there's no way to know for sure right here. Because you could get a pop and then a return back, or you could get a break and then a pop back up. That you put on, if you're putting on a new trade, anything that you put on here has got to be tight and got to come off quick, most likely, because it's not really an advantageous place to start a new trade. Yeah, I'm still in the long. Yeah, I added one on 85.50, took it off on 87 because we didn't get of the one lot left. My stop's at 79.
It's weird. It's so small, and then all of a sudden just gets hammered. Like the
Yeah.
trades are small, and then someone big just steps in, flushes it down a few points, floats back up. Same again.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like it seems like that's like a test. Like they're like, hey, you want this?
Yeah, they're like being patient on the selling. Stop there on 84.
Duck shorts. Big time. See if buyers step in right here. This 85.50 again.
Ref's gone up as well. It was opened on about 2.
Yeah, that's true. It did. It opened about 2, came down a little bit, and yeah, it's back up. And the NICE AD as well started about 700. It's up a little bit as well. Just need this tick up 1,000 level and show us that these buyers are committed to taking this thing to the upside. This is the time where we see 1,000 tick that we actually like for continuation. A lot of times, right, we look for the tick to be oversold or overbought, plus 1,000, minus 1,000. In this situation, when we break the high, if we break the high, keep getting that pullback there. But if you broke the high, you'd like to see the tick break 1,000 at the same time. That would show you conviction. Steve, good morning, man. Nice. Oh man, I added one 84 quarter, 85.75. Get the break this time.
And when you add on, Brad, and they don't work quickly, what do you do? Just take them off for a quick couple points?
Yeah, like if they don't start to work right away, then I'll just flatten them out, like just or take them for
And
the
then
loss.
just leave your original position.
Right, and then adjust it to the new break even. So that way that trade, like, because I'm putting more risk on. So like, well, this trade has 3 lots on now, but like, let's say I took that trade. The original trade was at the original trade was at 76, but I'd moved the stop to 79 just below the open because it's where we figured even if it did pull back, it would have trouble there. Added on 84 quarter and 84.75. So 84.75, 84 quarter. So let's say these two got stopped, right? So that'd be, let's just call it like minus 4 points. So that means my stop would have to go from 79 to 80, 81, 82, 83. So I'd have to move my stop up to 83 to mitigate that risk that I just put on and was accountable for. So then it could even come, like if it kept going down right there through the 84, would have taken me out at the 83. You know, maybe didn't go back below 79 and then came up. I'd miss out, but I'd also have risk managed as well. Really what I'm after. Slow and steady progression. Because now, like, you know, if these shorts get stuck again 87 and we get the breakout, now I've got full size on, and instead of just taking profit at my 92, I can
You
take
can
one
stretch
off.
out your runner even further. Yeah, I got you.
Exactly.
And with the ones that you normally add on, do you kind of have a set, or do you just watch and then when you see it slowing down or something you don't like, just close out the added?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much, especially against their position. So like if it goes like up here 90, right, and then starts to come back towards this 85, I'm probably gonna get out of one and lighten up some risk on the way back, right? But normally because I mean the original entry, this is my issue, right? This is an issue that I've been working on for ages. Is like you get in a favorable trade location, which is 76. Why the fuck did we close anything? You know what I mean? So what I
Yeah,
should
you
have
could
is 3
literally
lots
just add
long
that
from
one up.
76 because that was a perfect fucking trade location. But instead, because of the price action, you know, gets me in, gets me out.
Takes you out. Yeah.
Right. So the target, like my first target on this long from 76 should be 92. And so that's kind of how I think about the targets when I added there. I'm looking back to my original trade plan. So 92, then this area here. And then what do we say? 44.15 was kind of the ultimate high. So that'd be there. That'd be a stretch though. But I mean, that's just an issue that, I mean, it might not just, it's just tough as a day trader to be committed. You know, if I was like planning on buying the position and be like, oh, I'm going to hold this for a couple of days, I think we're going to go back up to 44.15, then different. But that's basically what I'm trying to do. Like, as long as
risk management, right?
Right. And I'm basically trying to like trade the same plan, right? So there's the same plan that we talked about, which was, you know, getting long down here and taking it back up into this spot, and then if it gets accepted above that spot, then taking it back up to that level. So it's like the same plan that we're trying to trade, but since we got out, we try to
favorable position.
Right, exactly. And then we want to continue kind of like to trade that plan until we see a change in you know, a change in trajectory, really, which would be break of the low, of the Globex low. Pretty wide range, but since we're adding risk at such a high level, we have to mitigate it.
Yeah, it's hindsight. It's easy to say, oh, I could have held the 3 up to here, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's actually how I came to this. I've been talking about it for a little while, like how I want to get better at holding my position, because a lot of times this happens. By journaling my trades, I'd look at some of my entries and I'm like, damn, I'm getting in at good spots, but and they're working out for, you know, 10, 20 plus moves, but I'm not holding them for those whole things. So when I am at that location, I need to be better at it. Because like when you're journaling, it's the worst when you see like, I mean, like today when I go back and do my journal, I'm gonna look.
Yeah, you bought like the low tick of the day.
Yeah, like I got long 76 and the low was 74.50. So the max amount of heat I could have taken would have been 1.5 points. And it's like, and then it, you know, went up 25 or 15 points. You know, let's just call it, if today was over right now and this was the profile that we got, 15 points on 3 lots. Well, there's 45 points right there.
Yeah, one trade, you could have just watched it.
Yeah.
No additional stress.
And you only need 10 points a day, so that's basically a week's worth of work, and then you're done. So that's kind of how I look at stuff. Because $500 a day is $125K a year. That's plenty. That's plenty for me, at least. Like, I don't know if maybe if you want to fucking buy a yacht or have a Lamborghini or some shit like that, maybe that's not enough. Yeah, that's without losing days, right? But if you have these days where you hit 45 points, then, you know, makes it a little bit easier. That way you're not just going 1 for 1 every single day. Like, you know, you win a day, lose a day, win a day, lose a day. But I mean, my percent profitability is like 68%. I earn pretty good coin. But I don't think your percent profitability directly is a reflection of your success, though. Like, you know, I know traders that are 30% profitable, but because of their winning trades being such big winners and their losing trades being small losers, They're profitable traders. Yeah, there are. It's just crazy. Yeah. Nasdaq coming back down here a little bit. I'll be right back. Come on, give us the 92 already. Stop fucking around with our emotions. Interesting. It's the exact same size as the other ones from yesterday. Decent bid up there. Come on, buyers, move your ass.
Should get a decent little pop if it takes the high. Decent offers coming up here.
Yeah, because that's yesterday's. I guess not. It's yesterday's. Breath is increasing. Dick, what are we doing here? Azak's trying to firm up here. It's like 14,940 low. That was looking pretty good as well. Financials caught a real big bid. Healthcare is just kind of balancing after making a low here. So now we have kind of our key, what we need to watch, and that's healthcare. Healthcare starts to turn lower, and this thing's probably gonna go down because the Nasdaq's already low. Oh, excuse me. The Nasdaq's already low, and it didn't bounce as much as the rest. And so if healthcare starts to fail, the Dow will start to fail, and then the ES will kind of abandon this upside. But if healthcare breaks up, and it is trying to break up right now, it continues to break up, then people should give up selling tech, which is what they've been doing, and start to buy back their shorts and should short coat back up towards like 50, 14,950. It's coming right into where its shorts are at. Same thing with the ES, 87. Remember, we had this big area that's shorted. Sellers move down here. We're probably going to see this 83. Look at that buyer just trying his heart out and got stuck. The fucker at that 86.50. Watch for the bids to show up down 83.50. Are covering. I like this 86 level. It held up pretty decent right there. I guess we'd really want to see them kind of pop the 87, hold that as support first before adding anything. The seller's going on the aggression right here. Seller's still trying to put their foot on the gas. Ooh, buyer stepped up. So, they're fighting right here. There's a buyer trying to step up right here, but he just can't get anything going. Taking back over. Yeah, there goes sellers again. They break the C low. Does my computer make that noise? Nas looks like shit, yeah. Yeah, and healthcare came back down as well. Everything's coming down pretty good right here. Microsoft really getting hammered too. 1.73. Back to this 86 level. This was a big level earlier. 68 offered.
Nice. 40.82 then.
Oh, fucking beat me again. Nice. Good shit. It's a good trade. Hello, AM Amirgua. A tough one. And my lips messed up, so excuse me for saying your name wrong, but welcome to the channel. You still holding, Tommy, or you're out completely?
Yeah, I'm holding this one right now.
Nice.
Wanted to get up to, like you said, where that 92 was to kind of test this weak spot on the composite profile. And yesterday's obviously weak spot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just got to get above this 87 and kind of hold it as support, and then I think we should be target for that.
When you get a high like that, does that put you off a little bit, Brad, or did you just take the other stuff in context? Like we've just took the C low by one tick and come straight back up. Couldn't take the
Yeah.
Globex low. So do you still how
Didn't take
are
the
you seeing that
open.
high? As in they ran out of what happened up there? Do you think there's no one buying or?
Yeah. So it's kind of a combination of, I think, short-term traders, short-term buyers are in control, but also what's pushing us higher is short covering. So like people buying back shorts kind of expecting us to be below the 75. So like every time it comes down close to that 75, buyers have stepped on the gas, right? That's where our excess is at. Then it came back down in C period, buyers stepped up, couldn't break the open. D period came down, did the same thing, couldn't break the open, covered back up. So kind of the same idea, but what's happening is like short-term buyers are buying as well, but they just don't have the steam to take all the stops, because imagine if you got all these people have been holding short, right? Like from here. And so let's say they've just moved their stops like this. Like, you know how like stops line up, right? So let's just say they move their stops like this. Well, it's a lot of supply. And so it's going to take an actual buyer to get through this. And if it can't, or if a buyer doesn't want to buy this, then most likely we are going to have to come down here and see if there's a buyer there. And that's kind of why, like, basically running out of buying at the high gives us a poor high. That's kind of how I'm
Because there's
looking at
sellers
this.
up there, but just not enough buyers to get through it. So it
Right.
just floats back down until they do want to buy it. Or maybe there's not even a lot of sellers either. Just short hands picking each other's pockets.
Yeah, well, just like a lot of people stops right there, I feel like. But if we can turn this 92 into support, then we should test that 15, 44, 15. That's like the bullish case if they can actually take this high. I don't know what's going on with this, why it's all 37s. Yesterday it was all 41s. Let me see something real quick.
So when you've so now it's kind of traded right from today's like low volume area to the high volume area. Now obviously there's a chance that it could get sold back down again. What would you do with your stop from there? Like where would you hide it? Because obviously below is just all just thick volume. It's hard to like below the
So
POC or
so basically, like what I'm doing is I added in this higher region, and
yeah,
then I just take them off, and then I keep my core position, which is down at 79. So because they're already in profit now, like I'm not gonna let these two that I added get negative.
right, but yeah. So just
And
keep it break even
yeah,
tight.
just because I have such a good trade location, like I don't want to give up that trade location. So, but I do want to make some more money in the process. That's why I'm putting on a little bit more risk up here. But if I take a loss on these, then I'll have to kind of change my trade location or trade my trade location. Like you gotta know when to put the peanut butter on the shelf and when to keep it in the back and pretend like the store's running out.
Perfect. Perfect. Come on, let's just take the high now. Yeah, my balls aren't big enough to add yet, sorry.
One day. Come on, give us the 92. You.
See, I just closed mine there, just because it's won a lot. It's hard to manage it when it comes up to your like target like that, because you don't want to give too much back too quick. It was 9.5 points anyways. Good trade.
Setting. Setting. I really hate how the fucking Sierra charts has like a billion symbols, and it's not
For the same thing.
It's not segregated at all. Just like in alphabetical order. It's the fucking worst. It should be in folders.
Oh, you mean when you have to look through them
Yes.
to find the? Yeah, I know it's annoying. Yeah.
It's so dumb. It can be updated easily. Like, who's their fucking guy? I could do that. Can't clear the market buy order stuff. Stupid. Just adjusted it. Didn't.
And if we did start popping, Brad, there'd be quite a lot of people having to liquidate, wouldn't there? With 6 days of people being short.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Which is why I think we could go all the way to the 15.
Like if we take that first high from the 26th, then the next one's like you could easily cover up to the one from the 23rd.
Right. Yeah, from the 3 up to the 8, and then
Yeah,
the next one up
and
to
then
the 26.
touch that naked VPOC up there,
Yep.
and then you're kind of back in the meat of that volume.
Yeah, I just have to get above that 4,000, I think. See on this chart. Needs to get above. Yeah, 4,010 would be like the next resistance. If it qualifies as 43.90. Yeah, so which is like that level, that 8 10 level. Be too high. 8 to 10, 10, that 8 to 10 11 area has been like a big level. Like every other day we're like 1050. Like Roach and I had like a ton of levels in like right here, and then we have a mechanical level at the quarter. So there's no supply here. Like if we get continuation, we just can't take that fucking 92, which is embarrassing. But if they don't get supply here, then we can kind of expect the next spot to be like that 4,000, 4,004. And if there's no supply here, then we can expect like 8 to 12. So tighter ranges, but that's kind of where we can expect if the auction continues moving to the upside. But it's really hard to stay attached to long position, like as we get up here, right? It's going to be really hard for me to hold my long position all the way until there. You know what I mean? So you take profit on the way, and then like, so if we pop up, not adding up here, I'm taking profit through here, right? But if it pulls back and holds this area, which is where I kind of assume like an unfair area, and above it means that it's an unfair low. So there's no supply down there for above it. If we hold it, then we could re-add on that level and then look to take those runners up and then probably manage our stop here above this lower distribution, because we know we really don't want to see it back below there. So we could probably move our stop up to like 88, which still covers a pretty 10 point, still a 10 point
Yeah, you're running now.
gain if it comes back. Yeah, we're on a nice move here. Yeah, it tells me my average is 83 because of the positions I added on. Really, it's lower. Well, I guess maybe average. I don't know. Computer average is shit weird sometimes, I feel like. And I guess that's if I let it come all the way back there, that's where it would be at break even. So, which is what we talked about, 83, right? I guess that does make sense. Yeah, because the stop would have to go up.
Oh, big trade came in up there on 95,000 lots. Again, busy up here.
Yeah, that's those stops coming out.
Yeah, above that 96, 97, you should see more stops come out.
Look at them all
Yeah, they're
stacked right
trying their
here.
best there to stack that. Yeah.
They're like, no.
No.
Yeah. Make it stop.
Just keep putting the numbers in. Just keep putting them in. You think there's just stops lined up there, Brad?
Yeah. Yeah. Those are just fucking, this is just a pause here. These guys are, well, this guy, there's a huge seller stuck below us too. So this could just be short covering. Because like, remember that big seller got stuck 87 and 84, the same guy. So originally sold 84, then sold 87 again. And then he was selling he started selling at 10:13 in the morning, and he finally got ran over here at like 11:14. So he sold for like an hour, and then just could be just getting punished right now. So it could just be short covering here as well. I've got 2 lots left on, but one of the stops I'm going to put 93. So if we come back down there, I'll close the added positions at, well, one I closed at 92, and then the other one I'll close at 93. What were you going to say, Tommy?
I forgot what I was going to say, mate. And then what, you've just got your last one left, just chilling at the 83.
It's at 79, but yeah. 83 is just the average. It only says that's my average because I have these positions added on.
Got you. If you close those out, it would be back down there.
Right.
Oh, I said we'll know in a minute with the singles.
Yep. Healthcare is back to the break point. And break up right here, then The tech's getting back to the high. Financials is cooling off a little bit here. We didn't get that 1,000 tick that we wanted when we were breaking the high, though. That's the only thing that's kind of like getting me off about this area.
So you're kind of looking for buyers to step up in this thin spot here, Brad.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I want to see. Well, I'd like to see us get a little bit higher. I'd like to see this guy cover a little bit more of his short. Above 97, and then maybe a pullback to like this 93, 94 area. So like maybe like one more little pop. It doesn't take the 4,000, then a nice cool pullback, and then a break of that 4,000, 4,003 level. I would show like more conviction from these buyers that they're actually going to take the high. Because we're still, for the most part, inside yesterday's range. So as strong as it's looking right now, in the larger perspective, it's really not looking that strong. Needs to give us a little bit of change here, which is break of that 3. That's what's making me less convicted as this, starts to slow down up here. A little bit less conviction on holding that trade all the way back from favorable trade location, even low balance. These shorts are pathetic.
And I guess where we've been coming down for 6 days in a row, everyone's just going to probably still be on the short side, right?
Everyone's definitely shaking. They're, they're thinking like all the smart
Rush
people
on the
are
short out here.
already short. Yeah, so they're thinking like, fuck, how much do I want to give up? Yeah, and then all the retail people
are getting trapped at the top short in the highs.
Exactly. They're like, oh, we've been going down for 6 days. This thing's going to fucking zero. The crazy brain sets in. Start to just be like zombies. They're like, 'cause it's just been like, shorting every day. It's just been working. And do it again. Do it again.
Short every level, short every level.
Yeah, and then they just don't realize, they don't pay attention, and then they just get smoked.
Give back the 6 days.
Yeah, a lot of times.
Coming up to this, the highest, what's that, the third deviation on the VWAP. Don't really watch it like as in it's a level to hold, but just something so I can kind of see where we're at.
Yeah, like we want to see the VWAP start to move up, or that's a good point. Definitely want to see volume start to confirm this higher region, or else there's a good chance we could be getting a little bit overextended. That's a really good point.
Go on, lads.
Just take us to the 43. Like, just take us to 4,000. That'll do. We're close to it. 43.99. We'll take that. Oh, they're starting to line up. Like fucking Star Wars right here. The fucking all the battle cruisers or whatever they're called start lining up, and they all explode because fucking Luke Skywalker blew up the Death Star. Bro.
What was it you said before, Brad? If we put in like 4 TPOs wide and then we break away from it?
Well, typically that's more like, so like let's say since we have excess, if we start to put in 4 TPOs wide right here, then the odds start to favor a correction rather than continuation. But off of the open like this, like we get 4 TPOs wide, this doesn't really tell us anything. It's more like after the trend has started if we get 4 TPOs wide. But like at this rate, I mean, this is where the selling has to come in. So like, let me pop this over. Chart. So like, this is the weekly chart here. So we have our distributions, right? I mean, the distributions are marked. I don't need to trace them that you can see them. We moved to an unfair low, right? Now we're at an unfair high, but we're building volume here. So it's becoming kind of an accepted price. So if we start to see kind of acceptance, we get that double distribution look on the weekly profile. We get acceptance above, really above this 4,000. We trade back to the mean, right? So this is an area where either sellers have to move down to sell this unfair high, or buyers will continue to cover even on weak buying, because there's just so many people short towards the end of last week and this week. Even weak buying could probably take us up, because we can assume that everyone here is stuck.
Getting short. Yeah.
But I mean, we've moved up a pretty good ways from that. That's from 80. And then the meat of people that are short, like if we zoom this out, make it a little bit easier to see the distributions, you can see the meat of everybody is short from last week. I mean, obviously higher, but there was some people that got short in this area. So I guess we could just smash these together real quick. It'll be, and you can kind of see, like, here's that lower distribution from the end of last week and this week, and then that upper distribution from last week.
So this is
Right.
like the kind of the point where they can either going to come down or come back up.
Right, because it's a double distribution. And so this level that we're at right now is not only like today a level, but it's also a level on a bigger time frame as well. So it can be, this is why I'm saying, like, I'm not so attached to this long as I was at this level, and I'm willing to cut the whole position here, because if a seller does come in, this is where they're going to come in. Because if not, they're just going to wait to sell higher, probably like 15, 16. Because you have to assume that a lot of people have their stops at that 00 as well. Where is this? Front running the one time framing, big psychological level 4,400. A lot of people probably have their stops lined up there. So this could cause, like, catastrophic failure. So everyone's going to be kind of trying to front run each other in between this level. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And so then that could cause just the fucking mass exodus for the door, because that's typically how the little sparks get started, is short covering rally sparks new buying. We got the pop of the 97. We want to see this 94, 93 level hold. Even 92, 94, 90, like our same level from yesterday, that weak spot. If we see that level hold, then I'll add these two positions back on.
And
Look to
then
trade
what
them.
would you take the smaller, like the ones you added on at like the high of this little value area from yesterday?
Yeah, I'll be looking to take them. Well, I'll be looking to front run in between, like above the 98 and 4,000. That'll be like a caution zone where I might want to dump the whole thing. But if we pop the 4,000, then I think that we'll probably trade that 4,000. Just gotta pop this thing right here. Come on. 420 on the 97. That's a sign.
Sign is slowing down.
I caught what you were saying.
That's a sign that it's getting high.
There you go.
It'd be funny if I got roach high. He'd get all paranoid and shit. Yeah. See, that's a weak look from buyers right there, I think. Give us
Being
some
able to
90.
get back inside the D bar.
Yeah. It's kind of see us hit this 80, 93. Yeah. Quick liquidation, shake out some of these weak longs that are getting too ambitious and buying up here at the high. And then give us their stops so we can take it higher. I'm gonna try to chop the last bit of buyers right here. Be careful right here.
I'm not even giving him that chance to get out there.
Yeah, seriously.
Hard spot, right? Because it could just be people just trying to short the top again, and they're just going to get squeezed again.
Yeah. Or it could be buyers getting stuck. It's just a really tough spot.
Yeah, at the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not his spot to get in right here. Like, not to get in short or not to get in long, really, either. Like, it's more of a 50-50 spot. So, like, if you get in and it works right away, that's great. But you got to be willing to accept a little bit of profit in case it doesn't keep going. My target is a 3, the previous day's high, to get that cessation of one time framing. But then above that, I think like the 8 to 11. But that's ambitious for today. I think the 15 is like as high as we can possibly get today. Like that's the max high that we'll go today. But we're not like we've got to get the 003 level and hold it. Because people are going to defend from here until there, basically. Even if we pop the 4,000, still have to break the 4,003. Yeah, healthcare is catching a bid. True. Tech looks strong. Financials kind of slowing a little bit. Same with the Dow's kind of slowing a little bit. Like Nasdaq's at the high, kind of. Yes, as well, but Dow a little bit of a pullback. As much confidence, I guess.
Some more stops lined up there.
Yeah. Wait for the picking.
Do you think a lot of people use it the wrong way, Brad? They'll see the lots there and see that and be like, oh, loads of strength, I'm getting short. So they add into that.
Yeah, because there's well, I mean, it could be
both, right?
yeah. It's all about how it reacts off of it. So like that's why like getting into a trade at this location is a favorable trade location now that we're gonna break this 4,000. Because you can kind of ride it either way. But you just got to be in and out. Like so where you see a lot of this volume stack, like so we're seeing a lot of volume stack on this like 99 4,000 level. This. You see a lot of volume stack, so if we go through it, come back to it and hold it as support, right? There's opportunity to buy there, and there's also opportunity if it comes up and stops to sell it, and then if it doesn't come back through this, then you flatten out. So these people are taking like the opposite trades of each other. But if you can't even trade through it, then it's going to have to come back lower, and so people will short against those big orders.
So we can find a buyer who's strong enough to take it through it.
Right. And so even if it goes like through it, comes back, even comes back to like 98, right? Let's say, then you get like, let's blow this up a little bit to kind of think about their psychology here of the people making their trade here. You get people selling here, right? To try to play against this 4,000. People obviously bought the 98 level. We saw like some nice buying come in through here. Let's say if it goes up through the 4,000, comes back down to the 98, well, the people that bought 98 probably are taking profit. These people that shorted the 4,000 probably getting stopped out. The buyers that didn't buy 98 are probably buying here, and then they're getting stopped out as we come back through the 4,000. And ultimately, somebody is playing both sides of that and collecting inventory. And then, based off of the reaction, if it comes back down, holds the 4,000, well, then we know the person collecting inventory is a buyer. If it doesn't hold the 4,000 and trades back into this single prints, then we know the people that are holding the inventory up here are sellers.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I mean, it's like it's it's tough, I guess, because you're getting into a trade, and it's like you don't you really got to put yourself in the probabilities game, because what will happen is your mental or your own personal psychology will kind of talk you out of trades or talk you into staying in bad trades, because you're like, well, I could try a short here, but if it doesn't work, it's going to lose. And it's like, well, fucking, so is every trade, right? And you're like, well, I could try a long here from 98, but it could not work. Like, well, so can any trade.
You
It's all
don't have
about how
no
you,
real edge getting up here.
right. And I'm not saying that you can't take a trade here, but the thing is, what happens is most people, and that, like how we're talking about, they're going to stop out, we just made like a situation, they stop out both people to collect inventory. Well, that's all those same people thinking like you. So well, not like you, but like all the other people, basically, like all the people that think exactly the same. And if you are going to get into a trade up here, this is going to have to be one of those defined risk trades, right? This isn't going to be one of those trades where you want to get in and get out right away, because you're putting on too much risk for nothing at that point. And so you'd want to, if it was me and I would get into an ad there at the 98, I would probably put my stop 5 points lower at the 83. If it got to the 83, then I knew I was wrong, and obviously exit. Instead, I got filled 88, and it didn't go down at all. So, like right here, get into the 4,000. Over this, if they can't take it over, it's weak sauce. You see an offer below 98 quarter, these sellers probably take it down. There's still an offer at like the 99 quarter as well, but like the shorts are still stuck at that 98, 80, 97 3/4.
Well, like you said, you can see that both people are trading both sides, or otherwise we would just be going in one direction.
Right, exactly. And that just to me kind of confirms that a lot of the buying going on is just short covering.
Otherwise, I just rip straight through this.
Right. If it was a big buyer, he'd be like, "Oh,
More,
if
more
this
fucking, more for him to buy, right?
exactly." Like if you like this area, you're like, "Well, fuck it, I'll just have all this." You're not gonna fucking pinch pennies over a couple of ticks when all the inventory is a couple points above you. You're really about that size.
Yeah, you're just gonna buy up and run it knowing it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must be nice.
For real.
What do you think about? I've seen a lot of people talk about like the 100 levels. I look at it, but I don't. Do you think it's like certain people trade at these hundreds? I've read that a few times.
I think like a lot of retail traders do.
Yeah, just retail.
Yeah.
People always trying to be like, oh yeah, institutional money. They're always sticking to these bits. I was thinking, I don't think they are, mate. They're not buying 1 point.
No, I don't care about. I mean, they have like pit traders have the same psychological, um, makeup as we do, but a lot of this is based off of percentages and balancing of books, and because the futures market's so complex now. You've got these institutions, they're holding the SPY, they're holding the Qs, they're short the options, they're fucking this, they're fucking that.
Yeah, they're
Like,
short, they're long, everything. Yeah.
yeah. So most of it is just, I don't think it's as effective anymore.
Well, it's just easier just to trade the value, right?
Right, exactly. It gets so fucking slow sometimes. You want to fucking. There's nothing good.
Geez, I thought if we got above that 97, we would have had a run. Guess it didn't, huh?
Well, I had a chop instead.
Yeah, it just came back down a little bit and then gave us a chance to get in and
Yeah, I thought the 96, 97 would have been stops above it. More anyway.
you had your stop at 97?
Oh, me?
No, doped. Yeah, that's all I was saying. If you were getting in at 98, like you needed to have like a stop at 93 because they'd try to shake out some more shorts before it upped us. Or more longs, I mean. And you figure it's easy. Oh, you were in at 92? Nice. It's easier to shake out longs that are in an unfavorable trade location than longs that are in a favorable trade location. You know what I mean? So like let's say these people are long here, right? In like the meat of the profile. If there was a pullback to this 92, 90 area, these people that didn't move up to buy this upper distribution probably buy here or would look to buy here. So if these people that get long here get stopped out here, you get smart money buying, they move up, they buy. Vicious buyers, I don't want to call them dumb money because this thing could still go up, but ambitious buyers buying, if it were to get stopped out, they'd be selling to smart money.
Right.
Right.
They're just holding tight, waiting, being patient. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. They're still in their position anyway, right?
Exactly.
Then dumb money would start popping back in as soon as they saw it start going back up, probably.
Yep. And that would cause the spark to get the market up, and they're able to steal some money.
Their
Like
5 point
fucking-
stop's a pretty big stop. It's,
Yes, if you're a pussy.
oh, sorry.
It's really not that big. It what like 5-point stop on the MES is only $25. Yeah, it's leverage. Exactly. It's all about leverage. So if you're like, oh, ES 5-point stop, that's $500 or what? 250 even. It's not, then that's too much for you. Then use the MES, and then figure out where your risk tolerance is. And that's like I said, that's what works for me. Like a 5-point stop is what I've found works for me based off of my trading. So maybe a 5-point stop is too big for you. Maybe you're better off with a smaller stop. Like as far as for me, because a lot of my winners are bigger than 5 points, having a 5-point stop doesn't really affect me. as far as like being profitable, I guess. Still, when I take a
Some,
loss, I get like fucking pissed. But
but yeah, if you had a smaller stop, you could have entered a lot more times and wasted a lot more emotion. That's what I've found.
exactly.
You're easier to sit through it, you know, at least you're in your position. You could have been in and out of 5 positions if you was keeping a tight stop.
Right. And then and that's like a thing. That's if that works for you, then. But if you're not one to want to sit through a trade, it doesn't necessarily have to be your trading style. You know, the way that I trade isn't necessarily like play. And that's something I've learned too, after getting in like fucking arguments with James sometimes. And then I've like realized like we're arguing about fucking nothing because styles are different. One time framing up with a couple sets of singles results on days like today. Pullback, but only have a pullback a lot more and take several. Yeah, and see that's the thing is so if you get in on a pullback, then you just can't hold it. You just gotta close it out, and then you look really for like the next levels to buy. So like let's say we do get a pullback, they don't buy here, and the next level down really is like this 83 to 79 area. And if they don't hold that level, then the next level down is like this 73, that's like 75 to 70 level. That's where you try to qualify the trades in those areas. And then, I mean, like a number of things too. Like, what's the market sentiment? What's the Nasdaq look like? Is always a good estimate. What do our sectors look like? What's Apple doing? What's Microsoft doing? What am I doing? Pretty slow sideways balance here for it's like 11:30 almost.
Did I lose sound or is everybody being quiet?
Oh, my mic was muted, mate, but yeah.
Okay, I just wondered. It was all quiet. I was trying to figure my last sound. Been having issues with Discord disconnecting me every once in a while. It's kind of, I don't know.
What, just Discord or your internet?
No, just Discord. It knows I hate it, so I think it fucks with me.
I guess we're getting a cat. Roach, my wife's like your wife. She's gonna adopt a cat.
He's lost his voice today.
I'm here. I was I wasn't near the mic though. You're getting a cat, huh?
Yeah, my wife was at the park or she was somewhere and they were on a walk and then there was like this cat like stuck up in this tree. So she like called animal control. Animal control got it down and gave her a carrier and the cat. She's gonna take it up to the vet and see if it's like chipped or something. See if somebody owns it, and if not, she's gonna take it.
Is it? I wonder. Is it young or what? You don't even know.
She said it's really small, so
Yeah, it's a kitten, huh? Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're getting ours next week, I think. Another one.
we gotta wait for it to get like spayed and neutered or whatever they call it.
A certain age. They won't let them go until a certain age, and then we have to get it spayed. So we'll have to pay for
Oh,
that.
okay. Oh, it's like a brand new kitten.
Yeah. Yeah. Not if a breeder, I guess.
Oh, okay. You guys are getting
Pedigree,
like
pedigree.
fucking fancy cat.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah. Fucking. And, how about this? She's getting this breed. I said, I looked. My wife, like I'm the opposite. I'll do research, and it'll take me months to get a cat. You know, she
yeah.
just, oh yeah, we'll get this one.
Yeah, that looks good. We'll have that.
Yeah, the breed is very likely to be unhealthy because of the way they're bred. You know what I mean? So I got that to look forward to too. You know what I mean? Because the ears flop down on them. So the whatever they use to whatever the gene they have that their ears aren't good enough to hold up their body or ears is good. Their legs get weak too. You know. I hope not, but we'll
What kind of
see.
breed is that?
Floppy-eared something. Floppy-eared something. I don't know the name of it.
That's expensive.
We
800.
taking this higher now?
Yeah, it looks like it. You said $800
800, yeah, 850.
for a cat?
Yeah.
Yo,
Fucking
fuck
I'll
nuts.
sell
this.
you my I'll sell my missus to you for that much if you want.
A cat you could get for fucking free.
Yeah, that's my wife just found a cat in a tree.
Yeah, yeah. She should sell it.
A
Not
cat
only
should be
800
like,
bucks, it's probably going to be a big vet bill too when it gets sick.
see, I don't believe in that either for cats. For dogs, I'll pay a vet bill. For cats, sorry. Trash
Yeah,
can.
I'm against it. I used to be like I'd pay anything for any of them, but now dog or cat, I'm like, too bad. Get a new one.
Yeah, I mean that's true. It's like as much as it sucks, but like a big vet bill, that shit gets up there, pricey.
Oh God, you don't know the money I spent over the years in vet bills. Every dog I own had some sort of operation. They were at Cornell University, had to get operated on.
Oh
Fucking
fuck
nuts.
that.
Yeah, that dog, the one that ate the parts off of my truck, he ate the blinker lights and shit. I had to take
Oh
him to
yeah,
Cornell to get his stomach. Yeah,
fuck that. See, that one's broken. You just gotta get it, return that one. He's eating
oh, that
fucking
dog
lights and
needed a
shit.
fucking he needed a baseball bat over the fucking head. He was a cock. What a fucking bastard that dog. But he loved me and my wife. He was good to us, but he hated kids, hated everybody, hated everything. He was mean.
He was a small dog, right?
Kind of about 40, 50 pounds. He was like an old English bulldog. It's not an English bull. It's like a pit bull almost. Kind of looks
Oh,
like
okay.
it.
Like a
A
like a
little bit
pocket
of a
pit.
look. Yeah, I don't know what that
Have you
is.
seen those? A pocket pit? It's like
Oh,
a 40-pound pit bull.
well, yeah, that's probably. This is like a mix. It's like a bulldog, but it's not as squatty and you know what I mean. It's a little bit taller.
Yeah.
They call them old English bulldogs, but they're pretty mean. A lot of them. I guess any dog could be like that, but the breed I got now though is the best breed I've ever had. They're the best. The Greater Swiss Mountain Dogs. The breed is their personality is really good.
Yeah, your dog's cool. He's really cool.
Yeah. And he's still young, so he should get better even, you know.
You wonder if they get better or they just get lazier because they get old.
I
You
don't
know,
know.
they're like, what's up? Like they get,
Yeah.
because like my lab, I had a lab as a kid, and labs, they're crazy. He was crazy.
Hyper, yeah.
Yeah, super hyper. But like, he never really lost that hyper activeness. It just didn't last as long. Like people would come over and he'd still be fucking just fucking breaking shit with his tail. Lab tail is like a fucking rope. And then
Yeah.
it would just last. He'd be like, yeah, all right, fuck off. I'm going back to lay down.
That's what I was gonna say. A lab calms down when he's 10. They
Yeah,
never lose their energy level. Although, they get tired faster, but they don't lose that energy, the high energy.
yeah, yeah. That's just how they
All
are.
them hunting dogs. All them
Yeah, he
hunting
was
dogs
trained.
are like,
He was trained for hunting. Max was.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Unless you take them out all the time hunting, they got them English setters and Weimaraners. They're just hyper. They're not. They shouldn't. It's hard to take them, put them in a house. For most of them anyway.
Yeah, yeah, because they want to be running around fields and shit.
Yeah, they're farm. They're good for if you have a farm and
Yeah,
he's a barn dog and
my dog was like, he was like non-violent. He never even barked. He was so chill. Like when it came to like bark, because some dogs just bark at fucking everything. They hear a sound, bark. He didn't really bark at anything. And one time when I was hunting as a kid, we were walking through these tulips, like in California, with all these cattails. You know what that is? Cattail?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so they have all these cattails and they're all tall. We're like walking through them, and we come to this clearing in the cattails, and there's just a duck right there, an alive duck. And my dog like stops in his tracks and he like looks at me, and I'm looking at him like, fight it, like kill the duck. Like, what are you doing? Like, but he's not used to getting things that are alive. He's used to like swimming out in the water, picking up a duck that's dead. It's not moving. So he's like all like fucking, like on his reactivity, like on his tippy toes, like ready to pounce. He doesn't know what to do, and then fucking duck flies away. I'm like, what are you doing?
He's probably thinking of you. Shoot it already, and then I'll get it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Fucking shooting it, dummy.
That's how I killed my first duck. I shot my first duck up close and personal. And then my stepdad got pissed. Oh shit, I caught ass whooping for that. Because I mean, I basically like obliterated this duck. I shot it from like fucking 3 feet away. Shotgun just fucking murdered it. Fucking just like had like fucking 25 holes in it.
My buddy did that with a ringneck. We went for ringnecks, and they just stocked them. We used to get the inn. We knew where they stocked, so we go. And we're all getting out of the truck. We're getting ready. Here comes a ringneck just walking by. Like, it was so stupid. Like, you know what I mean? He turned around, poof, he blew it. It just destroyed it. But we were kids. We didn't give a fuck. We're funny,
Yeah, that is funny. It was funny.
It was just,
Got a poor high, 2 ticks above that previous high.
Yeah, shit. We used to fish. We used to fish almost every day when we were kids. That's you know what I mean? Now I don't even fish anymore.
I love fishing.
Yeah, we used to go just about every day. Like, that's all we did. Go down the river, either drinking or sometimes not drink. We were older. We get some beer, night fishing or day, whatever. That's all we did.
That's what I love about camping. Is you go camping and you're like right there next to the water, so it's like it's not more like of a chore to like get all your shit together and go down to somewhere to fish. You can just like wake up and then boom, start fishing.
Did you ever see the
still fishing?
Did you ever see the? I saw videos. Like, it looks really nice. I wish I did it when I was younger. Like, you go up towards they call it the border waters up there in Minnesota and all that, and they kayak in or they canoe in or whatever, and they camp on places and fish. Whatever you want to do, but some people go for a week, 2 weeks. They might canoe in, and there's all these camp islands and shit, and then they just fish right after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a trip out of it. It looks really nice. I wish I saw it when I was younger and decided to go up and do it.
Yeah, me and my brother are gonna go up to Minnesota this winter and do ice fishing. I've never been ice fishing.
Oh, fuck that. I don't want to ice fish. Fuck that. I hate ice fish. Too cold.
No, you rent like these little huts, and they're supposed to be not bad in there. It's not supposed to be freezing cold in there.
Yeah, they probably are pretty decent, but I'm more of a warm weather guy. I went ice fishing with my buddy years ago. We went up to Paulpack, and I don't know if you ever saw that lake. It's huge, and
yeah, I have.
The snow, Brad, was up to like right under your balls. Like, that's how hard it was to walk, right? So we carried this fucking auger right out. We carried it all the way out, and we start augering down. We're there. I don't know how long we're doing it, right? Rocks start coming up. Like, what the fuck? We weren't even on the lake. That's how bad. But with the big vast area and all the snow, you couldn't even tell. And the lake was real low, I guess. The lake was drained down. We weren't even on the fucking lake. I said, "Yeah, that's it. Let's get the fuck out of here." I said. We walked out. We went home. We didn't even fish. It was fucking funny.
It's demoralizing.
Yeah.
Spend all that time fucking using the auger, and all of a sudden they rocks. You're like, fuck this.
Yeah.
It's ruined.
Not only that, even just walking to where we were was brutal because like the snow was so high, it was real hard, harder than you would think. Like when it was up just under your weight or under your, like your thighs, like a middle
Yeah.
of your thigh.
Yeah, because then
It
every
was
time you
tough.
pick up a leg, it's a fucking chore.
Oh, it was bad. I don't know. Were you ever up at the Paulpack? It's a nice lake.
Yeah, I went up there in the summertime. Well, like the end of
Yeah.
last summer, I guess, like September last year, right before the cold set in.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
it's
huge.
nice there. It's nice up there. Yeah, it is. I used to get lost on the lake all the time because I used to have a boat too. When we were kids, we had boats. Me and another buddy of mine. So we'd always have a crew of us up going on boats. And I'm real bad with direction. I get lost on the lake. I couldn't find the dock. I got off. That's how big the fucker was, the lake. I always got lost. So I get lost in the woods. I get lost everywhere I go. No sense of direction at all.
I'm a master at land navigation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm terrible.
For the expert field medical badge, we did night land navigation. So you start at one point, and you have to find 5 other points, and you have 3 hours to do it, and they're all between 1 mile and 5 miles apart. You have to find all the points. Most of them are within like 2 to 3 miles, though. But sometimes the way back is far. But it's like pitch black. It's fucking nighttime. It's pouring rain because it's Washington State. Always fucking raining there. And the only time you can use a flashlight is a red lens flashlight, and if you shine it straight at all, boom, disqualified. And they've got people like out there like hiding with night vision to make sure you don't cheat.
Yeah. Well, how would you shine it? Like down only, like looking at a map or something? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. That's the only time you can shine it is on your map looking down. Yeah, because all you have is a map.
Yeah. Do you have a compass or no?
Yeah, compass. Yeah, compass and a map.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And a bunch of other shit
only
that you
thing
have
I-
to carry.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing I always ever knew was just when you get lost, just follow the creek. If you could find a creek or water, just follow it. You'll
Oh
always
yeah.
find your way.
Yep. Yeah, because that'll run into something for sure.
Yeah, run downhill, and yeah.
Hang on, let me see who's calling me. Nice.
Then might as well just take the higher now.
And now look at that same area. The same area that had a bunch of stacked buyers now has these big sellers.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So you get the flip. So those people, short-term sellers that were selling this previous high, stopped out, and now they're gonna
And now
buy
they're
it.
like 04, 325, 275. Is that what you mean there in the book? Yeah.
Yep.
Probably gonna try to hold that 05 quarter area. I don't know if they will though.
Yeah. Once it gets up here, now I'm like, it's kind of hard to find a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting
I don't
long.
even if it pulls back, I don't like buying it now.
Yeah.
Well, we want to see at least 8. So let's not get. Don't abandon this yet.
They might as well take it. They're there now.
Yeah, exactly. There's a seller trying to move down there.
that was a problem of mine though, Tommy, that I had well, I'm still working on is thinking the market went up too high and not
Yeah,
every time.
yeah, not taking board on it when it just keeps and it keeps going and keeps going.
Yeah, in other words, you start thinking, I'm afraid of getting in here, but then, and the market could just keep. You're better. It's better than shorting it. You're better off trying to
Yeah,
buy
yeah,
it,
yeah, for sure. You're better off
sell
just
it
keep
high,
playing it until it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You know how hard that is to grasp for most traders? That concept? I think that's
I
like one of
know
the biggest
it's hard for me.
concepts. Yeah. I think that's one of the hardest concepts to grasp.
Yeah.
What's
And it
just
becomes
sticking to the same side until it doesn't work?
just taking a trade that's not favorable because the market's already moved in that direction because they don't
Yeah.
want to lose. Like the odds, like let's say we get in a trade inside yesterday's value. Let's say our odds, let's say we got into a long. Our odds are like maybe 60%, right? Well, this trade, every trade is at least 50%, right? But because of where we're at, we know that this thing could move down here and then come back up. So we could be right and wrong, and we know that, right? You could be in the right direction, but just at the wrong time. And so what happens is it moves down, then it's looking like it's not going to bounce. So they get
You
stopped
don't
out,
buy it.
and then boom. And so like that's why like up here it kind of reduces those odds, where in reality what you've got to kind of look at is like if you're going to get in a trade at the high, where's your target? So if your target is 11 or 15 here and you're at 6, so you're talking about plus, we'll just call it +5. But you can't have, if your typical risk to reward ratio is 2 to 1, let's say, well, you've got to have a 2.5 point stop and just be willing to lose the trade, even though it might come back up there later to that exact same spot that you were looking for originally. So you have to take a loss and then qualify, but most people don't want to do that. They just want to get in and they want it to go here and just be done and be a winner.
One thing that helped me a little bit with that is instead of jumping, because there is some truth to it too. If it's up so many points, I mean, it does. Yeah, it is hard to buy because sometimes it will pull back. But try to wait for all the people to short it, and get stuck. Like try to find that level where everybody was going to start, or maybe where you would think about shorting it. Like I'll think
Exactly.
like, where would I want to be shorting this? And I don't want to short it, but where would I do my early days? Where would I start shorting this thing?
Yeah,
And then
TT,
try to
right.
get on the other side of them. And
Yeah.
sometimes you're wrong, but I mean, it's better than shorting. Just that's the one thing I do not fade a strong. I mean, not never. You know what I'm saying though. When it just keeps going.
No, you're right. Like most people, when they have these big down days, at the end of the day, they look at the day and they're like, fuck, I shorted all day today.
Yeah.
And sometimes people squeak out profitable. Like my dad's like a master at that shit. I swear sometimes like on trend days, he'll just be waiting for the perfect times. But a lot of times you go back and you look at the day and you're like, oh, it's a trend day to the upside. What the fuck was I doing all day?
Yeah, yeah. And there's times when I do it too, Brad, when I used to, like, I'd start like your father, like I'd get, but you're playing with fire. Eventually
Yeah,
you're going to get, you know what I mean?
exactly.
And like you said, you could look back at the end of the day and say, look at this. I could have just bought it here and rode it. Now, that's not my personality to ride it real high. So I don't try to fool myself and say, geez, I could have bought the low of the day and ran it
Yeah.
all day. I don't do that. But some people could look back and say, look at this. I shorted all day. I could have just bought it here and made a week's worth of money in one day. You know what I mean? And it's all hindsight. I mean, it's easy to say,
But after a
it's not.
while, you have what you're having right now. Well, not you're not having it right now, but what you're saying is you get to that realization that that's how it goes, and so you have the understanding and like kind of the respect for the risk there.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
honestly, it's not like I never do it ever still. sometimes you catch myself, wanting to do it or doing it, and sometimes you actually do it because you don't know it's a trend day. You're short in an area where you think it's balanced, but
Right.
you're on the wrong side. But whatever. But to keep like a day like now where you're looking at saying, oh geez, this thing's getting overdone here. We could probably short it. That's dangerous. That's when you should just, in my opinion, just say fuck it, walk
Yeah,
away. You know what
for
I mean?
real.
You know what I call those days?
Bad days.
Tuesday. No, I'm just kidding.
Weekdays.
No, yeah, there are times when I do
Right?
that, when I wait for it. And usually, in fact, there was one time Brad, I sent him the chart and I had done 2 shorts and then switched and did a long and got, I don't know, let's say 8, 10 points. And I sent it and Brad was like, when did you get short? And I was like, I was short when it was trying to go long. And he's like, well, at least you figured it out and you switched. So
Yeah. The other thing to be careful on that is when, say you're short and it's short and it's short and it's getting run over. As soon as that time when you say, I'm just going to buy this now, that's a lot of times when the time when everybody else does the same thing. And you have to be careful there too, because like Brad says, it's run on human emotion. So if your emotion is, I'm getting killed here, fuck this, I'm going to buy it. It's going to keep going, I guess. Well, then that's
I
when
think
everybody else gets stuck too.
I think we've had this conversation is you have to make sure you at
Probably.
least acknowledge your bias.
Yeah, if we have a day like this, would just rather not take a short. You know what I mean? I wouldn't take a short. I'd just rather not take a trade. That's what I mean.
Sure.
It's kind of where I'm at too, Tommy. Where
Like
I
if I've been longing all day, then I'll just be like, right, the longs are finished, but I'm not going to jump on the short side.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's good. Especially if you made money. I mean, if you made money long enough,
Yeah, no point.
you don't have to, you know.
I'm just
I'm
trying to
back.
follow my pattern. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say on a balanced day, it's a different story. And even then, it's all hindsight. It's a balanced day until it's not a balanced day. So got to be careful there too. But it is a different story. Sometimes you could catch both ways.
I'm just trying to follow my pattern. I'm waiting for it to get to the high so I can take a long.
Take a long. You want to buy the high, huh?
No. Sometimes there are days when I do that when I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get in right here, and then I get in, and all of a sudden it goes, 2 points against me, and I'm like, maybe I was a little bit hasty. Not the first time.
That's what would happen to me too, because a lot of times you buy the high and it comes down. You're still going on the right side of the market, but it comes down against you, so you get out, and then it goes your way anyway because you had such a shit location though you couldn't hold through the pullback. So
And that's the importance of watching the TradeVet stream every day, so you know what the market's gonna do.
oh yeah, it
So I
helps
did.
me a lot being here. But
So I will tell you, I did take a long. I did it in sim because I am currently. I can't focus completely on it. But I waited until it failed to come back all the way on that retrace. And then when it started moving back up, I got in at 650. And then of course I immediately moved my stop to 7 as soon as it went past me. Which honestly, and being this far above VWAP, I probably should not have taken that trade. You're right, Tommy. There's not really a good place to know when to get in.
Well, it's basically a breakout trade every trade at these highs, right?
Potentially, and I did have a tight stop. I mean, I got in. My stop was about 1.5 points down. So I had my stop at 6, 5. No, sorry, 5. And it came. I guess it had already failed. So it came back up, and then I jumped in, and then it immediately jumped in past. If it had come and taken me out, I probably would not have been willing to do it again, but I was like, I want to at least see if this thing still has upward momentum.
I quit trading earlier today because I had an okay day, but my plan was if we establish above 90, look for long entry. And I didn't do it. I don't think I was here though. I think I was away. So
You even said it too.
Yeah, I did. Well, whatever the
Yeah.
case, I didn't follow my plan. So now for me to start trying to jump in here and there, I know is a recipe for disaster. So I'm just
Yeah.
not even doing nothing. And I'm already up, so I just sat back. But it still pisses me off because look at what happened here.
Yeah, but you don't. You said you don't have to. You don't have to trade every day anyway. So
No,
it
but
is what it is. You know what I mean?
yeah, it is. Like I said, I don't want to start trading that.
Again, it's like another hindsight thing, right? Because it might not have carried on like this,
No, it might not.
and then
But
you'd be
my
even
plan
more
was-
pissed if you gave back what you made. You'd be pissed because
Oh,
you followed your plan and then you started trading it and it didn't work because you started trading
Yeah.
it too late, and then you lose, and then you're just even more annoyed. That's like me. I just say, right, I'm not going to trade no more.
Yeah.
I think the thing that annoys me the most right now is that I was in my original entries for 75.
Yeah.
75 quarter was my original entry. I'd actually got into a pre-market trade. And I got out after it got up to, I don't know, 81, and then it came back. It got about right to my entries. But if I had stayed in that trade, even till right now, I would have taken, what is that, 71 quarter. So it came down to 74 half. So I would have taken what? 75 quarter, so 3/4 of a point-ish. I had just stayed in that trade, just because I looked at it, I was watching it, and I said, because I knew there was news coming out, and I got in right before the news, and it went up. If I had just stayed in that trade and kept my stop just a little bit below my entry, I would have taken 3/4 of a point in heat, and I would be currently 75 to, well, 20, almost 30 points up, 35 points up ish.
Yeah, that's the same as what me and Brad were saying earlier.
Yeah, you guys send me your addresses. I'll send you guys a mirror.
I think we all got in that spot, right?
Hey, I have a lot of things going on during my day. It's not like I can just focus on this.
Yeah, it does definitely require full attention. That's something that's a difficult task to kind of grasp as well, is that when you are trading, you need to have your full attention. I mean, it can't be, if you're distracted, even just the slightest, like, if you have habits of like scrolling on Instagram or TikTok or fucking whatever, that can cause you to get into bad trades.
Yeah, because a lot of the time you need to see the build up to where it is to where you actually execute your trade, I find.
That's
You
part of
can't
the
just
reason
come on and go, oh yeah, this looks like my setup, but then you don't really know what built it up to your setup, if that makes sense.
That's part of the reason why I started tracking my sim trades, is because when I would get bored, I would often take sim trades. Just because part of me was like, I wanted to just be in a trade because it just made it easier for me to be able to say, this is my focus. My ADD was, causing me issues. But what I realized is that I was doing it and it was teaching me that being in a trade was the answer, was the solution to me requiring my focus. Whereas when I started tracking them, I'm like, well, crap, I'm not doing so great in these trades. I need to not do that. And then I stopped getting in, because if I don't want to journal it, or I don't think that it's a good trade, I won't get in. But I still watch it, and I'm looking for that next trade. I'm constantly focusing on, okay, well, what is, if that wasn't a good trade, or that was not a good setup, where should I be looking? What are my levels that I should be looking at, and what are my entries going to be, and all of that, and just keep doing that over and over and over again. And there are times when I get in sim to sort of see how it sort of reacts, and then when I like how it's behaving in sim, I will then take the trade in real. And just expect a lot and expect less movement. Like I'll get into the trade going, okay, I think I can get 5 points out of this in sim. And when it gets like a point and a half up, I might get into it in real and say I'm only looking for 3.5 points.
Yeah, that's bad. That's a bad habit.
Do it in sim first.
No, what I'm saying is like
Oh, did you just get
you're
into a
not
trade?
trading the
Well, that's what I was
same
thinking. Yeah.
as you are in the sim, and the sim is doing better. So
Well, and I am working on that. I've actually
yeah,
stopped. I mean, like yesterday, I didn't send it to you, but my sim trades were about half of what my real trades were profit wise. So I am getting better at actually taking the trade in real rather than only taking it in sim.
well, I didn't mean it like that. What I meant it is you need to start trusting yourself because the trades that
Exactly.
you basically have no fear
Exactly.
in work out. Yeah,
And that's part of the key of being willing to, you know,
accept risk.
of being willing to track my sim trades. Because if I track my sim trades and I start to see myself doing well in sim trades, that gives me the confidence to go, I'm not an idiot. It actually is going to work. Get into the trade in real and see what happens. In fact, that was actually what pushed me to start taking more significant trades in my evals, is because I was taking those in sim and they were working out, and I realized I need to start taking those trades in real.
I found one of my old trading journals from like 2020.
How much does it differ to like what you're doing now?
Well, it's mostly stock based because I was only trading options mostly. Um, but like I'm just looking at like some of the prices that I have here and some of like the targets that I have, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
I don't know buy it all.
Exactly. Exactly.
Looking at Apple super cheap and looking at all-time highs, like, oh man, I
Well,
wouldn't have even had to trade. I could have just freaking run them stocks.
I do have a lot of Apple. That was I was in early, and I have a lot of Apple. That was like my, but like I'm talking like some of these other ones, like Carnival Cruise Lines, even Amazon. I should have been a believer in Amazon. Amazon just used to be so expensive. Amazon shares used to be like $2,000, so it was hard to get like a big piece without taking like a loan out. Even the SPY though, like even the futures, like
Tesla must have been pretty decent.
yeah, I played Tesla options because they were playable.
Volatile. Yeah.
Yeah. LQD, Lucid, like even some of the shorts that I have, I think like fucking some of these are gonna delist even.
Something like that Zoom short, that would have been nice.
Yeah. Or a fucking Nikola. That would have been a nice short to
Oh, yeah.
keep. I
A
only
lot of those
shorted that
stocks that
temporarily though.
boosted, a lot of those stocks that boosted up through COVID, like from people being at home, they would have been the perfect things to get short when people just know people are getting back to work.
Yeah. Snapchat, Beyond Meat. All the stocks that Jared told me about, I would be like, let's short these stocks. And I did short a lot of them, I just didn't hold on to a lot of them. Yeah, I had Apple at 331 before the split. And then I traded Apple for a while in and out, and then just decided to keep it forever. Apple's just too dug in to fail. There's just no chance that it does. Unless some serious shit goes down. But if serious shit goes down, the least of my worries will be that my Apple shares are underwater. Yeah, Jesus Christ, what's this at? Airlines. American Airlines at the same spot that it was at. I have American Airlines value marked at $17. It's at $17.40 right now. That's funny. Oh, Ford I have at $6.50. It's at $14.30. That's pretty good. APA, James' favorite stock. 20 and 23, and it's at 32. That's a winner. DCL 31. It's at 15. That's a big loser. Yeah. 41. It's at 45. Let's see. $26. You know what I did have super early too was these Caesar shares. I had them at like $17 or something. And they're at 47 now. I mean, they went all the way up to 119. I had them so cheap and then fucking sold them for like, I think I sold them at 40. Like a bitch. You know what's in here too is my old Chinese bonds idea. I don't know if you guys remember that one. But I bought some Chinese bonds for 2024 back during COVID. So they can go. Oh shit! I'm
How are they
gonna.
doing?
I'm meeting with my. I haven't checked on them in a while. If I check on them, I'll probably close them. So I'm just assuming that during the election year they're gonna be really high. But I gotta call one of my friends. I'm gonna help him set up his trading platform. I'll leave this on. I just won't be on the mic.
All right, man.
All right, back. How's everybody's afternoon going?
Not too bad.
Nice. Surprised we got so much higher than that. 15. I guess what was that? What was the high on this? Call the chart. Oh yeah, it was 15. Yeah, 15 was that high.
Yeah, I quit when it got there because I didn't know what to do.
Yes, I mean basically we're just kind of looking at this like, you know, obviously a bunch of short covering followed by what seems to be maybe some buying here. But you're getting a lot of shorts getting squeezed out. You know, we got over the T1 high, which was this 3, then we got over the T2 high, which is 8. So a lot of short covering that had to take place off of these shorts. You know, that was that center that we talked about, and then with this weekly shape here, we're kind of back into this double distribution, and you're getting kind of like to that unfair high on a bigger level, which is that like 24 to 32 level. The Nasdaq just held super strong, and Apple was kind of that key that tipped us off, really never looking weak at all today. The only thing that's really red today is the VIX. Dollar's down a little bit too. Still above that 100.639 that we were support. That's going to be a key thing is in order for the market to go down, I think the dollar is going to have to go down. And if the dollar just keeps trading sideways, then the market can keep going up, honestly. As for right now, right, the distribution that we really want to be playing is this one here, because that's the one that we're in. Seeing a poor high kind of up here towards this ledge. And so if we see the market drift past this 15 to 12 area, that's really where you want to see some support, because if not, then we probably start rotating and their target is going to be that T1 high, which kind of lines up right with these single prints. We have to assume that there's some stuck shorts down at that level.
Wow, back down to 3.
Yeah, just because like there wasn't much like necessity for buying above the 15. So if it gets back below this 15, any of the buying that did come above the 15 is trapped liquidity, and that liquidation would take us back typically to the low of that distribution, which is like the 4, the 3. Yeah. I mean, maybe you find some buyers at the lower edge of this distribution, like 10. We know 10.5's been a big level lately. That's kind of what it would seem. I'd rather see buyers hold this level than have them try to liquidate a little bit more.
4444. Yeah, the gap. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm looking at my plan here. It says above 89, look for longs all the way up to 44, 43, 44. So that's what I was thinking, but didn't do
Mhm.
it.
It's tough too, because that's a long way. That was a long ways away at the beginning.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna buy it and hold it all the way up there, but in other words, I could look for longs possibly all the way up to 44, 44 before, something could change.
I
I
actually took
actually
a
have
little.
written down too some resistance areas, 92, 95. Go ahead, Steve, sorry.
When I saw that it was basically bouncing up against the 23, and then I don't know, at some point it rejected. I got in short for 21.5 for a little ride down, but I wasn't sure if it was going to go all the way, so I like had my stop really really tight. But it didn't actually go down. So now it's only. Now we are only looking for longs again. Yeah, with that whole run up, I was like, oh, we're hitting resistance. And so then I just decided to take a quick short. I figured I'd see how far it was going to go.
Did you end up taking anything else, Brad? Trades?
No, I didn't. I was on the phone the whole time, just trying to help Nick set up his stuff.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, didn't you say James was eventually coming back? Or he's going to be
Yeah,
on?
he said that he was supposed to come back this week, but he must not have been waking up.
Well, it is freaking dark o'clock early.
Yeah.
I certainly don't blame him.
That's what it is when you live in paradise.
Mhm.
Kind of hard to make an honest work living in Hawaii. Is that what you're saying? Honest day's work.
I guess. or you got to trade one for you got to get up early or live in paradise.
Yeah, exactly.
What part of Hawaii does he live?
It's like he
If you're
lives like
busy,
near Honolulu.
Hold on. Oh, okay. The main
Yeah.
island or whatever.
It's not the big island, but it's like it's near where the capital's at.
Oh yeah, the main yeah. I don't know if they call it the main island. I consider it the main Honolulu, the main city.
I think it is. That's the capital. So it's not the big island, though.
Yeah.
I don't think Honolulu is on the big
No.
island.
No. The big island is actually less populated. I think a lot less populated. I don't know. I was on Maui and Kauai. I was never on any other one. Hawaii was nice because there's no two-story buildings allowed. There wasn't any.
Yeah, it's kind of falling off the radar. Looks to still be trying to move up though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's doing my.
Oh, they're just still the that. Oh, I know. Starting to get pretty flat right here.
Yeah.
You see like 23 to 17 being the range for a pretty decent amount of time now. For a couple of hours almost, damn. Yeah, from like over a little bit over an hour.
Yeah, I've been watching this for a while.
What's up, though?
Oh, I'm talking to my son. You there, Brad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been watching this for a while, waiting to see what's going to happen right here.
Yeah, it seems like a seller's trying to build a position like around this 21, 22 area. They're still kind of capping it down, but a bit above that level. Break that poor high, but if this poor high continues to hold, there's kind of a lower risk trade there off of this ledge, that 22, 21 area, with your stop just at the high, trying to trade back into these singles. Other than that, it's tough to be a buyer here. To be a buyer up here, you'd want to see it kind of break, then come back down, and look to buy it there.
Yeah, right about here is where I thought that that it would stop out, and it seems like it's gone a little bit higher. The 44.20
Yeah.
just keeps looking above and looking below.
Would you consider this unusual, Brad? I just got a SPY alert, ES alert on unusual whales.
To short or long?
I didn't read the whole thing. I just got the alert. But whatever this last hour did,
He said,
they're
what did it
saying-
say? He's in, he doesn't have audio, but he said, what did it say in chat?
hold on.
It's probably somebody selling something. Just kidding.
Saying the market is compromised. Huh.
That explains it. I wondered why my trades were failing today. Just kidding.
Stop it. I don't usually get the whale alerts on ES or SPY. It's usually Bitcoin and that. I was wondering.
What gave you the alert?
Twitter.
Ninja?
Stop it.
Did it come from Ninja?
No, it's Twitter. Unusual whales.
Oh.
There's also whale alerts. Like it'll, they'll send out alerts when they see big stuff coming in. But this is unusual whales. Pretty handy.
Sorry, I was on the phone. What did the alert? What happened?
I got an unusual whales alert on Twitter for
For the
SPY,
SPY?
ES, and SPX.
Hmm.
More or less hinting that the market is compromised in the last hour.
Like the market's gonna
I
roll
usually,
over?
I don't
So
know. I usually
compromised.
just get them, compromised. That I usually get them just on Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I don't think I've seen one on for SPY.
I wonder what compromised means from their perspective.
They're talking about the gamma exposure by strike. So they were talking about this 415 also. And they didn't expect it to go this high.
You said that's unusual whales?
Yeah, on Twitter. Stop it.
I don't follow that.
It's unusual lower score whales.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
"12 minutes ago."
Yeah, the guy that runs this website, this Unusual Whales website, I was in email communication with him, asking him if he wanted to come on the stream and kind of talk more about Gamma, because he's not as big as like Spot Gamma. Rick Kombucha is pretty big time, so he probably wouldn't. This guy, every time I was chatting with him, was just kind of like trying to get me to sign up with his thing, saying like if I did sign up, it would be a lot more, like he'd be a lot more inclined to come on. But I was like, well, I don't want you to. I don't want to sign up because I can pretty much replicate what you're.
Was it a
Everybody has
paid
something to sell.
service?
I think it can be a paid service. Yeah.
Mm.
You get like access to real time charts basically for that.
Everybody has something to sell.
Yeah. So that's especially in trading. It's crazy. But a lot of the stuff's really not that complicated to figure out. It just takes time, and that's why people pay for it for convenience. Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock.
Some power hour this is turning out to be.
Yeah, for real.
It's a low power hour.
It's like somebody turned out the lights.
Nvidia's trying to make a new high here. Apple's at the high. Microsoft's still chilling up high. Financials having a little bit of a pullback. Tech still making a new high, and healthcare still trying a little bit of a comeback, making a higher low. So the odds are still kind of favoring that we do trade up. A pretty big day, right? 48 points, almost double the range we've seen of the previous days. Watch for the POC to shift. If the POC shifts, then we kind of expect a pullback. That POC is like, what is this at? 84? Like 8,000, 7,000 is about 15K. We're at like 14K here. So about 1,000 more contracts trade around this area. We'll see the POC shift.
And if the POC shifts, do you think that's kind of a signal to move up?
The POC shifts and we hang below it, I think we get a liquidation. Because we're having trouble finding buyers here because, I mean, you can see the poor high, but there's also like a ledge that came in here that like 2250. You can see there's some stuck buyers up there, a couple hundred stuck buyers at the top. I'd like to see it get continuation without the POC shifting up because that would basically let us know that not everybody got a chance to buy it. So most likely on a pullback, there are going to be more buyers. That's what I'd like to see. But I think I'm going to wrap it up. We got like 30 minutes, but I got some stuff I got to do. So, you know, not really a super tradable location. I think there's opportunity for shorts up here as we get into like this 23, 24 to that 30 range. Maybe even like 24 to 28, but you don't really want to see it too much above 28 because that starts to put in at 34, and then once they get that 34, if there's no real strong reaction off the 34, then gap is basically the next level up. The market mostly just looking kind of strong today, not really like a day where I think that you want to be trying to fight it. You know, it kind of looks strong all over. Everywhere that I'm looking I don't see much down. But like I said, besides in the VIX, even in our sectors, you know, you really only have like healthcare or financial or no healthcare that's red. Other than that, everything is green. So it's a tough fight there as well. But maybe the last 30 minutes you get a little bit of volatility kicks in as everyone does kind of some rebalancing. And then overnight, it'll be fairly easy to kind of just wait for the market to trail down into one of these bits of singles and just establish a low and trade against it. High without the POC. See, that's good. That means on a pullback, buyers should be having to buy, which is nice. But yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Remember, Pal's on tomorrow too, so maybe a bigger day. Kind of a big pre-Pal day today. Yeah.